So normally we like to do a little bit of mental activation.
Yes.
So that we can review previous lesson and make sure that we retain information. Okay. This curve of remembering, even with the curve of forgetting, and through time it'll go down to zero. This is how much we learn. This is over time, that longer from the time we first learn something, it'll go to zero. But if we do the mental activation, what happens is that we will actually get to a point where we actually don't forget. It'll stay as part of our learning, as part of our permanent. So we try to do mental activation as much as we can, whenever we can. Throughout the day, when we encounter any situation, any people even, we try to draw a lesson from it. I see what we find to be new, and see if we can find any insight. Insight is something that we can realistically apply to life. And if possible, if we realize anything transformative. So based on everything that we learned yesterday, we started out with just kind of creating a mental picture of what a good life looked like. We talked about the idea of cause and effect. What we're doing, we are planting the kind of seed that would lead us to the end result, the fruit of a good life. We spent a lot of time talking about principles, principle of light, principle of mental activation like this one, principle of the circle of knowledge when we're trying to speak to other people and helping them understand. We talked about the principle of alignment with desire, thinking along what we desire as opposed to thinking along what we don't want. And then we went into what kind of seed we need to plant in terms of the scientific perspective. Okay, it's called the formula for the root cause of life. We agree that all of our outcome in life today came about as a series of choices that we've made. We don't need to blame our choices. We don't need to blame ourselves or other people, because the choices that we've made is the best choice that we could have made at that moment in time, given what we know. And then we go all the way back to the root of all the choices is the belief. We go all the way to the mental images within us. And those mental images are made up of what we hear, what we see, what we say, what we know. And if we want to change our life, all we got to do is start to monitor what we hear and say. And then we can change what we say and know. And then eventually, those are the seed that will bear fruit of the life that is desirable. So if we hear and see things that are aligned with our desire, we're going to bear fruit that is along the line of our desire. That is a scientific approach to the root cause of life, to the seed within us. And then we move on to a spiritual, religious perspective in determining what is the inner seed within us. And we discover that there is the truth within us. And that is a truth of emptiness, that simple truth that Jesus said that will set us free, that despite all the circumstances, all the message that we can experience from the external world, if we can just return to that simple truth that I'm already hearing, I'm already always seeing. And when we just focus and noticing on that simple truth, it's so simple we cannot even understand it using our mind, because if we use our mind, then that falls into the human nature. And it is the human nature that is the source of our suffering, whereas our true nature, that simple truth that does not change over space and time, we are always hearing and seeing. What we hear, what we see change, but the hearing and the seeing does not change. So once we notice and know that we are hearing and changing, and hearing and seeing, we're always hearing, we're already seeing, then we can take refuge in that simple truth and then all the suffering becomes irrelevant. Okay, we can be liberated from suffering. So based on all of that, what impressed you? What insight have you received? Anything new? Any new lesson? Would you care to share?
So, how about this? Is it's the width. It's like curriculum. I mean, this step by step. Understand?
It's a roadmap.
A roadmap, and I thought about after yesterday. I thought at night, wake up in the morning. I said, okay, so it's good. It's help. I mean, like for example, the dark room. You example.
Principle of light. Yeah.
Principle of light. When I use it, I see a benefit. I see, okay, makes sense. Like you mentioned about writing a note in front of your window, write note. Thank you for keep it clean. That's it. Yes, it works. It's and I gonna do it for my daughter as well.
Great.
That is very very some very the wisdom, the nuggets, very awesome. So at the same time, I mean, I going step by step, and that's good. But because I know that with current, simply it changing, some it modify, it's so. Can you, let's say if you not this is like you now you have a roadmap, but what if you see the thing is, can you see yourself is like outside of the road because it's a framework. Can you be because can you look outside of it? For example, because different people they have different point of view. Look and some you 84 bubbles. That's kind of different layers, and the truth, right? Some because not the way that the way that you saying the truth, the will to see, the will to hear, knowing, that's inside. But what if can you let's say if you experience something out, something not quite, I would say it's not clear, right? The roadmap or the framework, the width framework, not clear. Can you accept a new one?
Yeah. We ultimately the question is what do we want?
Yes.
And do we have the map to get there? If we have a different map, which is a different framework, if we have a different map, a different perspective, a different philosophy that can get us to what we want, sure, I would use it right away.
Yeah.
It just happened at this moment in time.
Yeah.
This one is the one that I have and the one I share.
Yeah.
10, 20 years ago, I had a different map.
Yes.
I had a map called Landmark Forum. It helped me got to certain place. And at this point in time, this is a better map. It made the destination clearer and the map more navigable. Different people have different map, like let's say religion. Some of them, they only need religion, right? They only need to give themselves up to Jesus. And their destination is very clear to them, right? What it means to be, I don't know, in heaven, or what it means to be with God, or whatever their destination is very clear. Yesterday we even said clear image is reality.
Yes.
And to them, all they got to do is give themselves up to Jesus. And that map is very clear. It makes total sense to them. And they will hold on to that. And they don't need anything else. So yeah, we are always evolving. And for those of us who are open and willing to change, right? To want to change is something that's very personal. Not everybody is interested in changing, but some people are willing to change in order to reach a certain destination, the outcome that we want in life. So this is just a tool.
Yes.
You can pick up and you drop it off, pick it up and a tool.
That's the one thing.
Yeah.
It's a tool. It's a good tool.
Yeah.
If you use it, for example, you cut an apple, you use a knife.
Exactly.
if you want to fix a chair, you use a screwdriver.
Yeah.
That's the tool.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that mentioned yesterday is the truth. So the thing is, would you let the truth to be authority? The truth gonna govern your life, or the authority to be the truth? So, because as the, for example, the pastor or the priest, right? He got a certain kind of rule, authority in the church. They can, oh, you have to do this, you have to give out the rules and certain thing, or you have to come early, you have to do this, you have to give money, certain kind of thing. Then the authority, he has authority. But the thing is, would you let the authority to be the truth? Then the truth's gonna be like this. You have to do this, 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 this. And or you let the truth to be authority. Which is the truth is the one that expands, so I mean, exists space and time, to be the one that governs our life. That is my saying. So the thing is, as we with is a good framework. That's the tool. But as long we know how to use it, but not let the tool to use us. I mean, that's as so that's I apply with in my life, and that's a good tool to have. And so I as I go, I need to be aware of that step, yeah, and that like mentioned again about the layer of the truth and then emotion, the ego mind, and I see it myself as well. For example, I shouted at Alice. So the thing is, after I shouted at her, I realized that okay, it's after that, right? So that means it's the event outside. You mentioned the event. You use the word stupid. Someone shouted.
Event, a message.
Message. But think the same the image. That's it. Is the action of someone, right? The signal from outside hitting, because I protected her. I need to protect her. She running on the street, dangerous. So the thing, because I protected her, that's why I scared, right? Scared of something, and I shouted that hitting the layer, the ego, because I want protection. So that's hitting without awareness, without the tunnel you join, right? It's, and instead of letting hit directly to just the will to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, I shouted, emotion. Sure, I said, all right, I see it. But I think so when I look back, right? I sit, I close my eye, I look, and so what if now that event happened, what would I do? So I see, okay, if in this moment I aware, okay, I see that happen, nothing happened. Okay, I aware that I'll let her know, but not like reacted in a way that I did. So I see the layers that you drawing. That's I can see it.
Yeah, congratulations. That means your awareness has expanded to a new level, right? And I would just like that.
Yeah.
It begins before we have awareness. We were blinded. We were guided by emotion. We were even guided by our mind, our thinking mind. Right? Eckhart Tolle said that we don't use our mind; it's our mind is using us. And if you notice that we're still spending a lot of time analyzing and thinking, that means we're still stuck in the level of the ego mind. But we are now having a new dimension of awareness that we see that we are analyzing, we see that we are feeling emotion, and we catch ourselves. And as we continue to study and practice and allow the wisdom and the philosophy just kind of flow, eventually we will catch ourselves before we behave. We may feel an emotion of anger or fear or protection, but before we act it out before we yell, for example, we will catch ourselves. Same thing with the analytical aspect. Right now, we're deep into a lot of analytical aspect, which is the function of the mental, the mind part, not necessarily emptiness of the truth within. But at some point, we will catch ourselves. We see that ourselves, we are beginning, oh man, I'm starting to analyze again. And this analysis doesn't lead me to the actual truth itself. It's gonna be in this spiral. We're just gonna, try to swim around in the hurricane, but we will not get to the truth. As we said yesterday, people who experience it cannot experience to us. And if we try to understand it, and especially if we allow the fear and there's a little bit of fear. I can sense it, right? Is this philosophy going to lead me down the wrong path? So there's a little bit of fear in that, and that's fine. That's all human nature. We all go through that. But the benefit to studying the human construct is that we start to notice, and then we will start to take ownership of it. And then the clarity will come. Okay, the clarity will just come. And it doesn't come with excessive thinking. It comes with emptiness. It comes with inner peace. Yeah, that's my answer. Okay. Great question. Okay. Yeah, very analytical. It's a sign of an intelligent mind. We will draw a little bit deeper into the spiritual aspect of the human construct. Okay. And we will actually record it. It's okay. Yeah, we just start. They're busy. Some of our friends, they said they're moving, so they may or may not listen in, but they are moving today, so they're not going to be able to sit down. So today, yesterday we talked a lot about the truth, the emptiness, the work to hear to say. Today we're going to work a little bit more on the human nature aspect, all of this. Okay, why? So that we can better navigate this stormy ocean. If you notice that human being, we have the basic need for resources, appearance, identity, consumption, and rest. We also have desire, temperament, perception, pride, skepticism, ethic, and judgment, and every other personality, every other nature kind of arise out of the combination of these. In fact, the focus of human nature is desire and imagination. We're always wanting something, right? In fact, what we want mostly focus on resources, appearance, identity, consumption, and rest. We want things, we imagine it. Okay, the focus of human nature is desire for resources, appearance, identity, consumption, and rest. We want and we think about it, we imagine it. And the degree and polarity of our desire and imagination for this green thing, for this resource, appearance, identity, consumption, and rest, the degree and polarity of our desire and imagination for this thing give rise to the other one, give rise to temperament, give rise to perception, give rise to pride, skepticism, ethic, and judgment. For example, we desire for rest, okay? Okay, last couple of days, we're not allowed to sleep. So we have with desire, and we imagine rest for sleep. If our desire and imagination for sleep is not met, well, positive means we are satisfied with rest, but negative, we are not satisfied. So we tend to go negative in our temperament. We may get a little upset and angry. Okay? If our desire and imagination for rest is satisfied, we go positive, then our temperament can be very satisfied, very satisfied. Okay? And it also affects our judgment. For example, if our temperament tend to be very angry, very upset, then our perception we may experience some delusion. Okay, we may become very skeptical, very doubtful. If we're already negative, we're going to pull some other stuff down, and we may start to behave or act and say things that are not so good. Right? Our judgment of people and circumstances tend to be negative because desire and imagination for rest is unmet. Okay, and desire and imagination for this green stuff determine all the other stuff, and that will determine how we receive or what we receive, the way we receive information, reception. It decides how we're going to express ourselves, and it makes up what we know. If a person, let's say, desires food, okay, consumption, the person has strong desire for consumption, they're always thinking about consumption, about food, well, guess what? They're going to take in a lot of food. They're going to want to eat a lot of food. They like buffet different types of food. Okay, so they're going to be eating a lot of food. And of course, if that desire is not met, then they go negative. They tend to get upset and angry, and every other nature arises. So, and when what we receive, okay, so instead of food, let's say a person has a desire for a certain type of news media, they are drawn to bad news, and they always turn on the TV or the social media and they listen to murders and homicide and accidents and war. Well, they're receiving, they're consuming, and they're receiving negative information. Well, guess what's going to happen to the will to say? Well, if they're will to hear and see through the reception here, right, through this little pathway, through the reception, the hearing and seeing is no longer empty. The will to hear, the will to say, it is now colored by the positive and negativity of the reception. They are receiving negative images, bad news, and that's going to affect the way they express themselves. The thing that they say, the thing that they talk, is going to be negative. They're going to talk about accident. They're going to talk about war. Why is the world so terrible? On the other hand, if another person has a desire and imagination for, let's say, peace, they want to see world peace, and they allow, they watch the hearing and the seeing, and they only take in good news. Right? They only take in good news, positive news. They take in good news, and after a while, they're going to start to say and express things that are related to peace. And what we hear, what we see, what we say, that make up our cognition, the totality of our knowledge. What we know is made up of what we hear, what we see, what we say. But if we consume, if we desire nothing but negativity, then after a while, our cognition is going to be containing nothing but negative. Good morning, Morgan. I think you can unmute. I think I should repeat this one for Morgan. Okay.
Good morning. I apologize, I'm late because I was just trying, to contact with my family in Iran.
Your cause of life begins with me, and I don't need to blame anybody including myself. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Whatever choice we made put us in that situation and put us in this situation. Okay.
Yeah. True.
I think it's important that we give Morgan a chance to see if we can do some mental activation for you. Remember mental activation? What lesson did you learn? What insight did you get? Any realization from yesterday's material?
Yeah.
If you can share some of that before we jump into today's sharing.
Okay. I would rather to listening to you right now. My mind is
your mind don't want to activate.
No.
That's fine. That's fine.
It was so many emotional things
let me wake you up.
happening around me. Yeah,
let us
go
wake
ahead.
you up. Okay, let us wake you up. Okay, so yesterday we left off with the human construct. Okay, the treasure is in here, the truth within us, the word to hear, the word to see, the word to say, the word to know. We are already always hearing. We are already always seeing. We are already always saying and knowing. If we can find this truth then we will experience what the Bible say, you will be free. Okay, we will find peace. Outside of all that truth, that island, it's kind of like an island. This is a big ocean with a lot of waves, right? Notice this is a big ocean, a lot of waves, a lot of storm. In the middle is an island, a oasis, very calm. Outside of here, we have human nature, desire, temperament, perception, pride, skepticism, ethic, and judgment, with the focus of human nature being desire and imagination. Right? Do you notice that we are always wanting something, and we're always thinking and imagining it? Okay, and if, for example, we want things, we're always desiring and imagining things relating to resources, appearances, identity, consumption, and rest. Right? If we want food, right, consumption. If we desire consumption, which is desire to eat food, and if having food, having our desire met, then that will activate our temperament. We are satisfied, fine. But if we desire for food consumption and our desire is not met, then our temperament becomes negative. We get a little upset when we're hungry and we don't get food. A lot of people tend to be that way. And if we are negative in our temperament, we get upset, then that may influence our perception. Okay, that may make us a little bit doubtful about the ability to get food. We may even get angry and say things and do things that is not so good. Right? We get upset with our children or the people who we expect to make food, and so we get a little evil. And our judgment is affected, all because our desire and imagination for consumption of food is not met. A person who has a desire and imagination not only for consumption of food and water, but we also consume things like the media, the news, right? We consume news. When we turn on the television, we turn on Facebook, we hear news about accidents, murder, war. If our desire and imagination, there are some people who turn on the news only to watch the bad news. If our desire and imagination, our thoughts, is always focused on consuming, say, bad news, then what do you think is going to happen to our temperament? What do you think is going to happen to our perception, our skepticism? We maybe get a little upset about the world. Our perception of reality is going to get a little bit maybe pessimistic. We may doubt that there's goodness in the world. We may think that the world is full of evil. Our judgment of other people is going to be colored by our direction of desire and imagination, simply because we consume bad news. On the other hand, let's say we are a person who has desire and imagination for the consumption of peace. If we have a desire and an imagination for peace, then remember yesterday there's an inquiry, the line of inquiry. If we inquire, okay, how can there be peace in the world? Then at some point we may come to a realization, the answer that align with our desire. And if a person desire in imagination peace, then at some point, okay, if they achieve peace, for example, they will become more satisfied about life. Their perception may be positive. Okay, they may be more trusting of people. They may do more good things. The judgment of things can be more positive. So human nature is out here, and it has a polarity of good and bad. It has a positive and negative. Positive and negative. Okay, so it has positive and negative. If it is not met, it tends to go negative toward this side. If our desire and imagination is met, then we tend to go positive. And if you recall the formula for causality, seed, fruit. If you plant the seed, you're going to get the same fruit. If you plant seed of positivity in our mind, in our emotion, then we're going to start to experience fruit of life that is positive. If we plant seed of negativity, then no matter how much we want the other way, we're going to experience negativity. Right? So we get the human nature has positive and negative. Okay, yesterday we focused on that island of the truth so that we can escape from the suffering and reach the shore of serenity, inner peace. But today we're gonna see if we can navigate human nature and make the journey to that island a little bit more smoothly. Okay. Okay. So we can make that journey, that sailing journey on the ocean a little bit more smoothly. Let's start with the golden rule. The golden rule. Okay. Can somebody tell me what the golden rule say? No. The golden rule is a Western perspective. Okay, it is drawn from the Bible. Basically, say that what you do to other people, you do to yourself. Okay, it is a paraphrase of what you said. Do to others what you would have done unto yourself. In the Bible, it says that that what you sow, so shall you reap. Okay, that's a direct quote from the Christian perspective. Whatever seed we plant, we're gonna get the fruit of the same seed. So in its shortest, simplest, understanding, if we sow the seed of positivity, we're going to get fruit of positivity. If we help people make their life better, our life will get better. Right? We're going to apply the golden rule to this Buddhist Zen human construct. And in addition to the picture, that map of the human nature, there's an emotion, there's the mind, the analytical mind, and then there's the truth of emptiness, which is inner peace. Human nature, we have 3 blocks of human nature. We have 3 blocks of spiritual energy. Hello, Jian Zhang. Thank you for joining us this morning. Okay. So this is the Zen Buddhist perspective. There are 3 blocks of spiritual energy. Okay. And those spiritual energy, let's see. It's like an accounting system. An accounting system that we accumulate and deposit into our being. As human being, inside our being, we have these 3 blocks of energy that directly determines the kind of experience that we have in life. One of the energy relates to good deed. Okay? Good deed, the good thing that we do to other people. Another one are the bad deeds or the evil deeds. Right? relate to the evil thing that we do to people, that we hurt them, cause them to go negative in their inner state. And then finally, the last deed has to do with wisdom. Okay. This is us being able to expand another person's awareness and perception. And when we expand another person's awareness and perception, we also earn this energy relating to wisdom deed. This wisdom energy allow us to raise our awareness and have a greater understanding of concepts such as the truth within us, the true self, okay, the emptiness of being. Good deeds, bad deed, and wisdom deed. Okay. So the way it works is that, well, you know, in the West we already understand this. We have this understanding, but we don't actually grasp it fully until now. And we use it in our language all the time. Right? The word fortune. Right? Word fortunate. Right? We have words like good fortune, bad fortune, good fortune. We have words like bad fortune. Right? We have words like fortunate. We have words like misfortune. Right? We have words like unfortunate. So in common language, human being, we already understood that there is something about us that is related to good fortune and bad fortune. Fortune, good fortune is like luck, right? So we have like luck. Okay. Bad fortune is bad luck. So these are the things that seemingly out of our control. We're driving down the street and bam, somebody hit us on the side of the car. It seemed at first that we didn't do anything. It is not our fault, right? It's not my fault. Somebody whacked me, hit me on the side of the car, and we say it is bad luck, or bad fortune, or misfortune, or unfortunate accident. But according to the law of cause and effect, according to the golden rule, every effect has a cause that leads to it, and there is no chance. There is no random in terms of the will of God. Okay, there's no randomness. Every seed that we sow will bear fruit. In the Bible, it says that every hair on our head will be counted at the end. So we cannot escape causality. Okay, causality or cause and effect is the law of the universe. It is the will of God. We cannot escape it. All we can do is submit to it, understand it, and align ourselves in a way that we will reap the good fortune as opposed to the misfortune. Okay, so the idea is this three spiritual account is also part of the seed within us, right? If we want to reap the kind of benefit of a good life, right, an outcome that is desirable, then we want to amass or increase the positive fortune, the good fortune within us. the positive energy of good fortune. And to do that, it's very simple. We help other people go positive in their inner state. Right? Each of us has the inner state relating to the human nature. Okay? If we ourselves move toward positivity, then that makes our being more positive. We naturally attract positivity. That's causality. If we're more satisfied with life, if we're generous with people, if we have clarity of wisdom, if we have trust, if we're good to people and open-minded, we generally will attract positivity into our life, which is desirable circumstances. At the same time, if we can help other people go positive in their inner state, right? If we help other people go positive, then we deposit some good deeds into our account. On the other hand, if we hurt people, we cause them to go negative, make them feel bad, be cruel to them, make them doubt. I think the Bible even has a statement about causing people to lose their faith and doubt. Then guess what? We cause other people to go negative. We're going to earn some negativity. And while that may not manifest immediately, it will come back. And when the bad fortune account is big enough, it will we will start to attract negativity into our life. Right? This is something that science has not really been able to prove, so we can only apply the spiritual and religious perspective to it. And it is a human experience of fortune, good fortune, and bad fortune. So within the human construct, just know that there are three spiritual energy related to positive fortune, related to negative fortune, and related to wisdom. Okay? Wisdom has to do with helping other people experience clarity, help people raise their awareness, help people reach emptiness, which is the foundation for clarity. And then we earn the spiritual energy and credit relating to wisdom. We ourselves may not have experienced that state of emptiness. That's called wisdom level 3. We'll learn about wisdom level 3 later. We ourselves, I myself, for example, may not have experienced the state of emptiness that we talked about, the truth within. But by sharing this knowledge, and I can help anybody, any of you in here in the Zoom, in the offline, me sharing may open the door for you to experience that state of emptiness and serenity and inner peace. And thereby I will earn a credit in my wisdom account. And then one day I will experience it myself. That's it. In terms of the spiritual account, okay. Let me see if I have anything else. Anything I want to add about that topic. So, okay. So there is a way to protect our fortune. Okay. So let's say we go through life and we accumulate good fortune by helping other people. In fact, take a look at the really famous people that we see out there. Celebrities, politicians, leaders, generally famous people. But they are famous, if you notice, because they cause other people to go positive. A movie stars, for example, make a movie and make a lot of people feel very good. It satisfies their desire in imagination for consumption of entertainment. Right? A movie star satisfies a lot of people's desire and imagination for consumption of entertainment. And because they cause people to go negative, a lot of satisfaction, a lot of pleasure, they earn a positive, fortune. And thereby they receive positivity in terms of a better life, the good life. They get fame, they get fortune, they get money. Right? However, it is also the case that you can burn your fortune very quickly. Okay, so there are three. Remember the three fortune account. There's the good fortune, bad fortune, and then there's the wisdom account. The good fortune, we can use the word like blessing, right? People who are religious say, "I'm very blessed." One day, I asked I told a colleague, I acknowledged it. I said, "I noticed that you spend a lot of your personal money to decorate the office, to buy food and treats for everybody, to make everybody feel good, out of her own personal expense, to basically help the coworker feel good. Right? This is not a budget from the job. This is her own money." And she replied in a very natural way. She said, "Yeah, that's why I'm blessed." So good fortune is related to the idea of blessing, right? God bless everybody equally. The grace of God is infinite and abound. Okay, the grace of God is infinite and abound. Yet, why is it that some people are more fortunate than others? If God loves all His children equally, God is infinite and give all His grace and blessing to everybody. Why are some people more fortunate than others? It is because they are more open to it. They are open to it by helping other people, applying the golden rule. They help more people be positive, and thereby they can earn more of that positivity, and thereby their life is more fortunate. They're more blessed. However, life can turn very quickly around. Okay, so we say that blessings, okay, or the positive fortune, are like a mountain of cash. We can quickly accumulate cash, like a mountain of cash, but it can burn very quickly with a single match. It's like paper money. And these are the matches that will quickly burn our mountain of cash. It is resentment, blame. Okay, go together. Resentment is a feeling, blame is an act. They go together. Resentment and blame, no matter how much fortune we have, a single match of resentment and blame will quickly burn away that mountain of cash. We see this all the time in the media, in society. Celebrity, politician, leaders gain a lot of fortune in terms of money and power and fame. But when they start to open their mouth and they blame something, they become resentful something. That what happened? That negativity, right? This is part of human nature. That negativity causes other people to go negative, and their fortune goes away very quickly. Right? We see it in politics, especially. There is another flame, another match that burns our fortune very quickly. It is arrogance. Okay, arrogance. A person may, through their own effort, or actually not their own effort, they may amass a great amount of fortune, gain a lot of power, and at some point they think that they were able to do it on their own. They take for granted the opportunity that other people have given them. They fail to be thankful and recognize the contribution of other people, and they become arrogant. They put other people down. So when they become arrogant, they cause other people to go negative, makes people feel bad, especially all the people who have contributed to helping them amass their fortune. Again, arrogant is the sense that I can do it all on my own. I don't need anybody else, and I'm better than other people. So when a person goes arrogant, it quickly burns the fortune in a very materialistic way as well. Bad things start to happen to them because they cause other people to go negative. Next one. Anger. Okay, anger related to delusion. When a person becomes angry, they tend to say things, they tend to do things that cause other people to go negative. They tend to have bad judgment, very deluded, right? Never make any business decision or any kind of major decision when we are negatively angered. We see it all the time, right? Famous people get angry, get on the internet, get on the TV and say and do things, and boom, in an instant, they lose their fortune. They lose their fan base, they lose their power. And then there's another interesting match that will burn our fortune: adultery. Okay? Adultery. A person may be very famous, very respectable, and then one day they get caught with a video recording of them cheating on their spouse. Right? They may have a sexual relation with somebody they're not supposed to. And instantly their fame goes away. They may even have to spend money. They lose their monetary fortune as well to fix that. Adultery is an interesting concept because it seems to be cultural specific. Some culture allow, for example, multiple wives, multiple partners, whereas some culture is restricted monogamy. So it is cultural specific. The last one is a different type of this one has to do with abstinence. This one is related to our wisdom. So whereas our good fortune, the blessing that we have, can be comparable to the mountain of cash, our wisdom can be compared to be a mountain of gold. Take longer to amass gold, impossible to burn, but you can cover it up very quickly. You can make it dirty very quickly, cover it with dirt and grime, and so they no longer shine. So abstinence is like the grime, the dirt that cover up our mountain of gold. All we got to do is remove abstinence, and then our gold will shine again. And to do that, we need to elevate ourselves and other people to wisdom level 3. Okay, we'll talk about that more when we get to the wisdom section. And when we get to a state of wisdom level 3, highly balanced, highly empty, helping other people experience that, then we can prevent the covering up of our wisdom. We can get rid of obstinance. With resentment and blame, how do we protect ourselves? This is talking about protection of our spiritual energy. How do we protect ourselves against resentment and blame? All we got to do is to honor people, and be grateful. Honoring gratitude. Okay, honoring gratitude. If we are grateful for the opportunity that we have, we are grateful for the people who contribute to our life, then that will prevent us from blaming things and people. Even if we're driving down the street and somebody, another car hit us, instead of going to resentment and blaming other people for smacking into us, we immediately find things to honor and be grateful for. Be grateful that we're still alive. Be grateful for something. Find something to be grateful for. We will learn about honoring gratitude when we talk about wisdom level 1 and 2. Okay. To protect ourselves against arrogance, initiate humility. Humility. Okay, humbleness, humility, humbleness. Right? We look in the world, we look at the saints, we look at the people who affect entire world, not just leaders of country. They have this humility that draws people to them, that earn their respect. Whereas arrogance will burn our fortune in terms of respect, humility help us gain respect, protect our fortune. To prevent anger and delusion, okay, to prevent anger and delusion, we initiate serenity. Okay, learn to be at peace. And learn to be magnanimous with people. Magnanimity has to do with being generous and tolerant of people. That will protect us from being angry and deluded. People who are at peace, who are in a state of serenity, who are very magnanimous and tolerant with people, they tend to be very attractive. Now, people like people who are at peace and generous. They feel safe, right? When you're with a person who's very magnanimous, you feel safe. You can say things, you can do things, and not fear anger and reprisal. Right? That is how we can protect our spiritual energy. And if our spiritual energy is maintained positive, then we will continue to attract positivity in our life in terms of desirable circumstances. How do we protect ourselves against adultery? We need to understand the morality of our culture. Okay? When in Rome, do what Romans do, understand the morality of our culture. Some country will allow this, other country will allow that. So be wise and smart about morality with respect to the culture. Okay. Yeah, so this is sort of this is called protection. Spiritual energy. Okay. Any insight you have about this one? I know for me, if any transformation at all, then really these three: resentment and blame, I used to be very blameful and resentful of the world, the culture, other people. And as a consequence, I didn't have a lot of friends. But when I start to learn to honor people, okay, be grateful for them, for their presence, then I start to make more friends. I used to be very arrogant. Still working on that. Okay. Okay. Anger and delusion. Right? When we get angry, we say things and we do things that we later regret. I mean, if we can regret, that's a blessing. If we can actually look back and regret the bad deed that we have performed, we should be grateful for that, because that is wisdom that allow us to see ourselves. That's awareness and perception. Some people cannot even see themselves performing bad deeds, so they keep on accumulating bad deeds. So we can be very grateful just to have the wisdom to recognize ourselves and make the positive changes that we need to. This can be very personal. Do you want to share anything before we jump on to another topic?
How would you resent? You, for example, take anger, for example. When you feel anger, going through the process of angry, right? You feel it. You feel the anger in you, right?
Oh yeah.
And then how you do it? How would you serenity in that moment, or how would you deal with it, or how you?
Good question. Yeah. Well, first of all, if you know that you're angry at that moment, that's wonderful, right? Some people don't even know they're angry.
Yes.
So if we actually know, oh my goodness, I'm angry, that's a wonderful. Number one, be grateful that oh wow, I actually know that I'm angry. So I'm having this awareness. The next step is the proactive, what to do about it, right? And we already discussed that yesterday. Now, right, the emotion, right? Okay, the message comes in. Oops, too bad. It already got lost in the sea of emotion, and it's okay. We borrow the rap. Okay, so I know I'm hearing and I know I'm seeing. Yes, there's anger is there. I'm still in the ocean, but I know I'm hearing and now I'm seeing. And we focus on that. Don't focus on the anger. Don't feed it. The more you feed it, the more it's going to get bigger, instead of focusing on the anger themselves. See, the problem is to have that awareness that we are angry, we fall into the next trap of resentment. We're resenting ourselves for being angry. So that doesn't work either. Okay, so we're still lost. So instead of resenting ourselves, that's why I said you can begin by honoring yourself and be grateful that, oh, okay, I am actually having enough awareness and wisdom to recognize my anger. And then we practice magnanimity, okay, and serenity. If we can get serenity, that's good. That's inner peace. But sometimes the anger is so much that it's possible to feel peace. But at least we have magnanimity. Just be tolerant with ourselves. Be generous with ourselves at that point. Don't blame. Don't go back to resentment. This is anger. It's okay. Don't jump back to resentment. Then you resentment, then you go even more negative. Yeah. So that's what it is.
Thôi cái đó là một phần. Nếu mà chưa nhận ra được thì anh phải biết được anh đang.
Right. Okay. So that's why when we are experiencing anger and resentment and things like that, we need to know where we are on the ocean. This is a map. If I'm angry, okay, I'm sitting outside right here. Okay. Oh, is it my? Oh, you asked. Okay, what am I desiring? What am I imagination is about, and what those are not being met. Right. With our children, we want our children, let's say, to do homework, and our children, instead of doing homework, they are playing, and boom, instantly, we get angry, and so we're like, okay, I'm stuck in the ocean with the storm. And what is my desire in imagination? If I desire my children to do homework, and I'm imagining and thinking that my children is doing homework, but my desire is not being met. So I'm allowing my desire, unmet desire, to go negative. So now we can navigate. Now, oh, I know where I am now, then I can know where I need to go. That's why this is a map to the treasure island. Right? Thank you for that. B. Okay.
Rất quan trọng.
Yeah, she's my navigator. Yeah, to know where you are, like a GPS. If we know where we are, it's simpler to know what, you know, point the way to go the right way. Of course, yes.
We say in the whole thing is
Cấu trúc con người.
Cấu trúc con người.
Yeah, the Vietnamese word is cấu trúc con người for human construct.
human construct.
Yeah. Morgan, any insight? Tang. Once again, I'm very happy this every time Tang showed up to our Zoom.
No, I'm not just listening.
Just listening.
Yeah.
Mental activation.
Absorbing.
Okay. Okay, no problem. You are absorbing with the true hearing, the true seeing. Okay, you are at peace, right? You're at peace.
Be honest to you, yeah. More
Yeah.
than peace, actually, with this situation right now is a good practice to me to following this instruction, especially not allowed myself to get the negative thing inside of me, and I feel calm. Very, if you believe it or not, even so many things is happening right now, but I feel calm and peace.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, truly, is a good method. Actually, it's working.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Good. Yeah. So you
But-
have a
yeah.
good seed. Okay, you have a good seed of serenity and inner peace. The world may be at war, but you're on the island of your true self, and so you can experience that peace.
Yeah.
And then next we're gonna talk about how the world appear to us is all us, and how we can actually change the world without doing anything. Okay. So thank you so much, guys, for that little interaction. I learned from you guys as much as I'm sharing. And every
Thank
day
you
I
to
feel
you.
like you know there's this change, there's a small step-by-step transformation taking place as we practice more honoring gratitude, more humility, more serenity, magnanimity, and morality and wisdom. I really feel there's a seed growing within me. Some people see that. That's well. Okay. So the idea of the fortune, the idea of the fortune, the three fortune account is this. The idea of a three fortune account is that we have the positive fortune, we have the negative fortune. And while we still have, let's say, a lot of credit in the bad fortune, and we're building the good fortune account. If there's a lot of credit in the bad fortune account, that account will still activate. We may still experience negativity. The question that people often have, and I think last Wednesday somebody asked that, say that I'm trying to do good things for other people. Right? I'm trying to do good deed, and by the golden rule, when you perform good deed, you accumulate good fortune. Your life should get better. But a participant asked, why is it that I have been trying to do good things for other people, yet my life has not improved? The answer is the good fortune and the bad fortune account, they are independent fortune. They don't necessarily cancel each other out. If we still have a lot of negativity in our bad fortune account, we are going to continue to experience negativity, undesired circumstances, even while we are accumulating positivity. Even while we're trying to help people, the bad fortune, the stuff that we have accumulated negatively, still continue to work. It is only when we have accumulated enough positivity, then that positive account would start to overflow, and then we will start to experience less negativity. Right? You get that? Because people expect that, oh, I'm starting to perform good deed. Why is it I'm still experiencing bad luck? It's because your amount of good deed that we have performed is still not enough to sort of overshadow the bad deed. Principle of light. If there's not enough light, then darkness is still in the room. Okay. Another way of thinking of that is that if you think of an avalanche, there's snow on a mountain. Okay. Every tiny snowflake is really tiny, really light. It makes almost no difference in the mountain. However, after enough snowflakes has fallen onto the mountain, at some point it will get to a point where the last snowflake will be so too heavy, one snowflake too heavy, and then the mountain will collapse. Same thing with a good and bad enough fortune. We may just do something negative and nothing seems to happen. We may do something good for some people and nothing seems to happen. That is because the mountain, each of those mountains is accumulating the snowflake. But at some point, one last good deed or one last bad deed is so heavy, even though it's just one snowflake, it will tip the entire mountain over because of that tipping point. So that's that idea. Okay. Another image that we can think about with respect to the golden rule is like we are in a lake. Every action that we perform has a ripple. Imagine a lake. You throw in a pebble. That pebble will cause a ripple. It spreads out, and as it spreads out, it'll bounce against, let's say, other rocks, and then it'll bounce all the way to the edge of the lake, and then it'll bounce back. That is image of a ripple in the pond. So if we, let's say, throw a pebble of good deed, it's going to spread out. That good deed will encounter some other people, but it will affect them in a positive way, and it will bounce back to us in the same manner, positively. Sometimes it'll travel all the way to the edge of the lake, take so long, so far, and then it takes time, long time, and it'll come back to us. So it may or may not happen immediately, depend on our affinity with another person. But at some point when we're just walking along and we're experiencing good fortune or bad fortune, it is because that wave has spread out through the pond and finally coming back to us. And once it comes back to us, it is like we are starting to use the good fortune. But if we have good fortune and we actually receive and experience positivity, we're actually using it up. When we win the lottery, well, get what people win the lottery, have a lot of money, they start to use up the money. It is the same thing with our good fortune account. When we're experiencing any negative, any positive, and we basically receive it, we use it, we're actually depleting that positive account. And if we keep depleting the positive account and we don't replenish that account, then that positive account will get depleted. And what we're left with is negative account. And of course, if we experience enough negativity, guess what? That we will actually deplete that negative account too, and then we will deplete that. And if we are smart enough, we will deplete the negative account. Just don't accumulate any more negativity. Don't make other people feel bad or go negative. Then we won't build up that negative account. It stays low. And if we just focus on building the positive account, performing good deed, helping people become more happy, go positive, then we just focus on building that positive account, and our life is going to be flowing with positivity. That makes sense? That new perspective, right? There's that threshold that we will experience a circumstance that is positive or negative only when there's a tipping point, when that wave has spread out and finally come back to reach us. The golden rule. Okay? Okay. Do we need a break? And do we need a break? How long?
15
15 minutes? Okay, let's do 15-minute break. Okay, guys? It is now 10:25 or so. Let's get back at 10:40. Okay, 10:40. Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Nguyên cái list thôi thì thì có làm gì thì cũng phải đó biết mà hay là chị phải đóng mình đứt đấy rằng
Chiều cái đó là 5 giờ.
thì nói chuyện như vậy em nghĩ thì mình thích ít duy học cái cái con người đó với lại người chuyện như vậy nó thích cái 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 chọn lựa ra cái kết quả đó. Cái giai đoạn chọn lựa là cái hình ảnh là nhạc do cái trang đó chị biết đó thì khi mà chị nghĩ chị giải thích đó tao không biết của lại thì cách tại vì em thấy cái đó
Con
Hi, Ron, thanks for joining our Zoom. We're taking a break until 10:40. Okay, so another 9 minutes or so.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna mute the mic for a little bit. you led us into the next section. Okay, wonderful, wonderful topic. Okay.
We should maybe we share with them.
Hi guys. Okay, let's see if we can get started. We have an exciting discussion about quantum physics. Let's see if we can apply quantum physics to the human construct and understand human reality. Okay. Well, thank you, Ron, for joining our Zoom.
Yes, good morning, Frank.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Ron. Can you share some of your discussions, Frank?
Huh?
Can you share some of what you discussed about?
Just now or yesterday?
About the quantum physics that you just.
Okay, we'll learn about space and time, vibrational energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're ahead of the topic, right?
Yeah. So, we were discussing in Vietnamese, and we wanted to be a little bit private with our offline friends. But it had to do with the formula for the root cause of life. It has to do with the idea that all things are essentially empty, any meaning that we attribute to an object it's from our mind to the object, not from the object into a mind. And there was a statement that once something already materialized, yes, there's a potential for this pen to be anything else. It could be a pen, or it could be a toy, or it could be gold. If I manufacture it, it has the potential. There's an agreement that this pen has a potential to become anything. But there's a statement that once this has materialized, it's permanent. It is what it is, right? We cannot turn this into a piano. Okay. So there was an argument with the quantum physics that once the wave function has collapsed into the pen, then it is a pen. That is the reality that we're experiencing. So we're going to see if we can break that a little bit. Okay, see if we can break that understanding a little bit, or at least just expand our awareness. Okay, about material reality. All right. Let's see. What am I? Some my pen. Okay, let's start with a particle. Okay, so in quantum physics, talk about a particle. Okay, we simply call it a particle. All things are made of, all matter is made of a particle. AL, I think AL, particle. Okay. Now, science and physics also say that all particles are constantly moving. Nothing is staying the same. Okay, if it is moving, okay, everything is moving. If it moves slowly, we can kind of see it. Okay. If it moves really fast, it gets a little blurry. If it gets really, really fast, if this particle moves so fast beyond our visual perception, then it's, as far as our human experience is concerned, this particle disappears. Okay. So it's moving, it's vibrating. Every particle is vibrating, and it vibrates at what's called a vibrational energy frequency. Okay, so every particle constantly vibrates. That's the nature of our reality. They vibrate at different frequency, right? But to simplify things, we simply divide up, for our sake of understanding, we simply divide it up into low frequency, high, and ultra high or super high. If it is vibrating at a low frequency, like my hand moving right here, it's nice and low, we can see it. It is a particle as far as we're concerned. If it starts to vibrate at a high frequency, it starts to get a little blurry. All right. And if my hand were to move so fast at an ultra high frequency, we can't even see it anymore. It becomes an energy wave. All right. So to sum that up, if it's slow, we can see it. Okay. If it's fast, then we blurry. Okay. So it's super fast. If it's super fast, then it becomes essentially to us invisible. Why? Because it is now in a waveform. It's no longer a particle as far as our eyes is concerned. Okay, so just very basic quantum physics for people who don't study physics. Okay, so so let's take it another. Yeah. So we're going to talk about matter. Okay, we're talking about space. And here we're talking about empty space. Okay, so we're just gonna go with the idea of empty space. In quantum physics, space is not empty. But as far as traditional common sense human experience is concerned, space is empty. Okay. So imagine I draw a ball here. Okay, a ball. And then out here is just empty space. And then here I'm going to draw an eye. Looking at this ball. Okay, so rather this is the observer. Okay, and this is the observed, an object that is being observed. So back to the idea of the vibration. If our eyes can see the ball, then the ball is moving or vibrating pretty much slowly, so we can see it, right? But if this ball was to move so fast, it becomes invisible, as if there is only empty space there. It turns out that we can see something only because of a vibrational energy frequency match with it. We can see this ball because we are vibrational energy frequency match for it. The light from the sun hits the ball, that light bounces into our eye, that wave or that energy in the eye vibrate the receptacle in our eye would send a signal to our brain, and so we can see the ball. Right? There are other things that we cannot see but exist. There are, let's say, waves that are on a super high frequency, such as X-rays, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays. Those are still rays, but our eyes cannot see it. As far as we're concerned, as a human experience, it is as if it is empty space and nothing. So our eyes is only a vibrational energy frequency match for the kind of light wave that is within a certain vibrational energy frequency, certain number of hertz, right? That is quantum physics. But that doesn't mean that X-ray doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that gamma ray doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that Wi-Fi doesn't exist. If we want radio wave, for example, our eyes cannot see radio wave. We cannot hear radio wave. We can hear sound wave. Sound wave exists in a vibrational energy frequency match for our ears and our brain, so we can experience sound. We cannot experience ultrasound, sound that people used to look at babies in mother's womb. Dogs can hear ultrasound. A bat can hear ultrasound. We cannot hear infrasound, which is a vibrational energy frequency that is very low, that whales and ocean animal can hear. But it doesn't mean that those sound waves don't exist. They are just outside of a human perception, because we are not a vibrational energy frequency match for those sounds. But if we want to hear those things, let's say we want to hear the content of radio, then the radio wave, it has the FM and AM frequency, right? 103.5 KOST is exactly 103.5 kilohertz per second. If we want to hear the content of 103.5 KOST, we just need to tune an instrument, which is a radio wave. We tune that instrument to that frequency, then we can hear it. If our instrument is off a little bit, we get a little static. It will completely off, then we hear nothing, as if it is empty space. It is the same with gamma rays and with X-ray. Our eyes cannot see it, but if we have an instrument that can tune to the vibrational energy frequency match of X-rays or gamma rays, then we go to the doctors and when they take a picture of X-ray, that instrument will capture the image of X-ray and it translates into a frequency that our eyes can see. Okay. Hi. Oh, hang on. Long time no see. Thank you for joining our Zoom. So is it important to understand vibrational energy frequency match? We use the idea of our hand and the ball because that relates to the visual perception. It is a visual senses, but we also have the hearing senses. If we can extend the material reality to things like perception, then things that we don't perceive is emptiness to us. They are nothing to us. Take, for example, virus and diseases. We cannot see virus, we cannot see germs. But if we talk to a pathologist or a doctor who have studied the concept of germs and virus, then everywhere they go, they will see germs and virus. They know where the germs are. To them, germs and viruses are a material matter. They have a more clearer material reality than germs and virus to us. Just as ultrasound is a material reality for dogs and bats, just as infrasound is material reality for whales and marine animals. For us, is nothing. So the idea of an experience of material reality is once again not so much dependent on whether the object is there or not. It depends on both the object and the observer. The observer has to be a vibrational energy frequency match with the observed object in order for us to experience that as material reality. We can see the pen because we are a vibrational energy frequency match for the pen. We can see light because we are a vibrational energy frequency match for light. So that is the physical understanding of our material world. But let's see if we can translate that to the non-material aspect of life. Take happiness, for example. Is happiness real? For some people, happiness is very real. They feel it, they experience it, they know what it looks like, what it feels like, they have a source concept of it. They are a vibrational energy frequency match for happiness. On the other hand, there are people whose happiness is empty space for them. It doesn't exist. To them, there's no such thing as happiness because they are a vibrational energy match, not with happiness, they're with something else. And happiness tend to be the things of high energy vibration. Okay, if a person vibrate, internal state, external body, and everything, if we vibrate at an energy frequency that matches with the high energy state of happiness, then we experience happiness as material reality. If we're not a vibrational state, then happiness is forever empty space for us. Same thing with good health. Right? A person who experiences good health is because they are a vibrational energy frequency match for good health. The inner state is high and ultra high enough so that their body will also vibrate at a level that equates to good health. The opposite end of the spectrum is low vibrational energy state. Our body also vibrate in a low vibrational energy state, and low vibrational energy state from a health perspective is equate to disease and infirmity. For those people, there is no such thing as health. There is only disease and medicine and surgeries. But from this perspective, we get that, oh, if we want to experience any material reality, know that those objects exist, all we got to do is raise our vibrational energy frequency, our inner being, to match it. Right? It ties in with the human construct. Right? We have positive, we have negative inner state. We have a desire, we have temperament, we have skepticism, we have pride. If we raise our internal energy state to positive and ultra high, which is balance, deep inside that circle, that island is the energy of balance. Think of light wave versus, let's say, sound wave. Right? Light wave has a very high frequency, vibrate very, oscillate very quickly. Because it vibrates very quickly, it also moves very fast, and it also maintains balance. It doesn't stay positive for very long. It doesn't stay negative for very long. It goes back and forth very quickly. So ultimately, it's mostly balanced. And because it's highly balanced, it is high vibrational, super high vibration. It also can travel very fast as well. Things of lower vibrational energy, just like a rock. Okay, the rock doesn't vibrate very much at all. Therefore, it doesn't move anywhere. It doesn't change anywhere. And so we look at our own internal vibration energy frequency match. If we stay in a low, if we're heading in a negative direction, we're going to start to vibrate in a way that it energy match for negativity, undesirable circumstances. But if we push ourselves up to the positive energy, which is high energy state, then we're going to experience positivity and things that are associated with high energy state. And if we can reach to level 3 wisdom, ultra high, ultra balanced energy, That is the energy of serenity and inner peace. And we don't allow ourselves to go negative. And it works with our fortune account. If we can raise another person's vibrational energy, frequency, state, help them go positive, then their life would get better. They experience positivity in life, desirable circumstance. If we can raise their energy level to ultra balance, ultra high, like a light, then they will experience emptiness and they will experience peace. And we will earn some credit in our wisdom account. That's it for quantum physics. Okay. So summarize that in a different way. Human perspective, right? Human perspective, we have the religion and spirituality. Okay. We have the perspective of the worldly perspective. Okay. And we have human experience. I'm going to say human life experience. Well, guess what? All of these perspectives also depend on vibrational energy frequency. I use plural this time. Okay, vibrational energy frequencies. And the vibrational energy frequency is related to our internal energy state. Vibrational energy frequencies are kind of like external. It will match for light wave, we can see it. It will match for sound wave, we can hear it. It will match for happiness, those are external. Energy state is a human construct. If our energy state is negative, then our vibrational energy frequency is low. And we're going to experience human life, we're going to experience the world, we're going to experience spirituality in a low and negative way, undesirable. If our internal energy state is positive, then our vibrational energy frequency is high. And then our experience of life in the world is more desirable. Okay, so I'm just gonna say this is undesirable. This is desirable. If our internal energy state is balanced, we haven't talked much about the balanced state. If we are balanced, then the vibrational energy frequency is ultra high. Kind of like that light within our inner being, the true emptiness, the true self, ultra high frequency. Interestingly enough, our experience of life is neither desirable nor undesirable. Why? Because desire is in the human nature. It is in that ocean that is flowing around. But when we go ultra high, we enter our true nature. Desire no longer relevant. These are highly spiritual beings who, pursue the path of enlightenment, and desire becomes irrelevant to them. Even the desire for enlightenment is still desire. That's high energy, that's good, but it will not give them enlightenment. Only when we suspend the desire, even for enlightenment, that we will start to experience a balanced state of inner being. We will manifest ultra high energy frequency, and we will experience life in neither desire or undesirable. And all of that, our human experience, our vibrational energy frequency, our internal energy state, right, the positive, negative, and balanced state, is determined by the seed of inner awareness and perception. Okay, so our inner awareness and perception will determine our internal energy state, which determine our vibrational energy frequency, which will determine our human life and experience. Okay. So our internal awareness and perception about ourselves and about other people will determine whether we go positive, negative, or balanced. It is the navigator in a boat. That boat is sitting in the sea of human nature, and depending on our internal state, the sea of human nature, that will manifest physically. Okay, this is more of a physical manifestation. It will manifest physically through the vibrational energy frequency, and we can only experience human life that is a vibrational energy frequency match for our vibrational energy frequency. Right? Science already proven that an object can be both a particle and a wave, depending on how we look at it. Inner awareness. If you're trying to, there's a scientific experiment where the scientists will shoot an electron through two slits, and they will try to capture the location of the electron. And if they're trying to look for an electron and they want to measure its location, which is a physical aspect of it, then they will be able to determine its physical location as if it is a particle. But if the same scientists were to try to measure the same electron and look for its wave energy pattern, then they will actually find that the electron is a wave. It begins with our perception. If we're looking for a particle, we're going to get a particle. If we're looking for a wave, we're going to get a wave. So if we're looking for happiness, we're going to find signs of happiness. If we're looking for reason why we're unhappy, we're going to find all the reason why we're unhappy. If we look at another person and we perceive them as having a problem, that's already negative. Our vibrational energy frequency is low. We're going to experience that person as having a problem. But if we initiate emptiness, we're already high and auto balance, and we can see a person as nothing, then we are ultra high, then our experience of that person is neither desirable or not undesirable. They are neither good or bad. And from that neither good or bad, if we want to lower our frequency down to positive, okay, positive is lower than balance. If we lower it to balance, if we lower it to positive, then we can create new positive mental images about another person. And how do we do that? Mental images about another person is external. Who they are is external. We go to work with our inner awareness and perception. We create them from the inside of us. Positive image. We're already positive, so when we're positive, our internal energy state is now positive. We're going to vibrate in a high energy frequency. And it follows that our experience of that person is going to be desirable. It begins with the inner awareness and perception. It begins with emptiness if we want to actually create anything. Because if we already see a person as having a problem, then we are negative already. And there's a saying in our philosophy, to expect change in another person is the beginning of suffering. We begin with negative. We can't help a person when we are already negative. We see them as negative. To expect change in another person is the beginning of suffering. To begin to change ourselves, change our internal state, to begin to change ourselves is the beginning of happiness. See, this is what Gandhi meant when he said, be the change that we want to see in the world. We mistakenly start out here. We mistakenly try to change other people. We try to change the world. We try to change other people's vibrational energy frequency. We can't. Because our perception of the world, whether the world is at war or the world is peace, whether it's happiness or there's suffering, our perception of the world is dependent on our own energy vibrational frequency. If we want to change the world, change our perception. Go positive or go high and balance, then our experience with the world will be high and balanced. There's another explanation using quantum physics that is not discussed in philosophy, but I think it may be appropriate for those who are highly scientific. There is the theory of multi-dimension, that every possible reality exists everywhere all the time. we only experience the reality or the dimension or the universe that is a vibrational energy frequency match for who we are. In other words, there's an infinite number of me at this moment, at this time. There is a me, Frank, that is ultra enlightened. There is a me that is Buddha. There's a me that is a Jesus Christ. There is a me that is some evil person in the infinite multi-dimension. But you guys only experience me as I am because you are a vibrational energy frequency match for this Frank. When we look at our children and our spouse, there is a infinite possible different children, our spouse and our children in different state. There is a spouse that is wonderfully happy and loving and does what we want. There are children of our own children who are happy and does good in school. There are also the opposite. There are an infinite number of undesirable children and undesirable spouses out there in the infinite multiple dimension, multiple reality universe or multiverse. But we only experience this one. We only experience this spouse. We only experience this children because we are a vibrational energy frequency match for that particular spouse and that particular children, who is a vibrational energy frequency match for who we are. Goes back to the root cause formula for the root cause of life. The choices that we've made in life bring about the outcome that we have today. Right? The outcome, that's cause and effect. The outcome that we have today came from the choices we've made. The choices we've made is a vibrational energy frequency match for who we are at that time. If we are a higher energy match, if we are auto balanced, we would have made high energy, highly auto balanced choices. But instead, we are a vibrational energy frequency match. We like it, right? We feel that we wear this shirt because we like it. We wear this shirt because it is a compatible match for who we are. And so we choose to wear the shirt. And so the consequence or the outcome of wearing the shirt is what we experience today. We don't need to blame ourselves because that's where we are. There is an infinite potential us out there, the infinite potential choices out there, but we happen to be a vibrational energy frequency match for this one. And if we want to make any change, we change our awareness and perception. Right? That's where the free will comes in. We have the will to hear, the will to see. We can change what we say with what we know. We can begin to monitor what we hear and what we see, from the inside out. By changing the image within us, we essentially change our mental images. We change our internal energy state. Right? Monitor what we hear and what we see. If what we hear and what we see is war and atrocity and negativity and suffering, well, guess what? We're negative. Okay, our perception and awareness is negative. We're going to vibrate low. We're going to experience life negatively, undesirable. But we begin to change what we hear, what we see, only allow ourselves to consume positivity and balance and peace, then we go high and balance. Our vibrational energy frequency state is going to be high. Our internal state is positive, satisfaction, good versus evil, open-mindedness as opposed to obstinance, humility. We go positive, we go auto balance, and so our human life and experience is going to be desirable. Do you get that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So let's explain this idea of awareness and perception just a little bit. Okay. Awareness and perception. Okay, awareness and perception. So we are to change our awareness and perception. It's a good idea to know where we are so that we can move to where we want to be. Okay, so to simplify things, we use the following terminology. We have or not have, or have, just for now, fullness and completeness. As I speak the English language, I will find a word that is more easy to say. Okay, so this is not have. So when it comes to awareness and perception, to simplify things, we say that we have no awareness of something. Oops. Let's do this. Go back. Wrong order. Apology for that. Let's do that again. Okay. So awareness. Perception. Okay. So one more time. The way we write it. Okay. So we say that we do not have, not yet have. Okay, not yet have. Let's go a little bit, open it up so we are on the journey. Not yet have. This one is have. Okay, and then we say fully have. Okay, there you go. So when we think about any concept, any reality, we say that we either not yet have an awareness and perception of it, we have an awareness and perception of it, or we fully have awareness and perception of it. Okay? And what that translates to, okay, so when we do not have an awareness and perception of something, this is we are negative in the state. Okay, when we think about something and our inner state is negative, angry, upset, doubt, fear, then what all that means is we do not have a fullness of perception of it. We do not have an awareness of it just yet. It's not right or wrong, it's just we don't have it. If, for example, vaccination, a child's first time getting a shot. When a child first gets a shot, he or she may have a negative inner state. They may have a lot of fear, right? Because they don't have any awareness and perception of what it is. And the first time that they experience it, it may be negative. It hurts, so they might not want it. So we say that they do not have a awareness, not yet have a awareness and perception of vaccination just yet. But once once we explain to them the benefit of vaccination to keep them healthy, or if they have done it and they feel that they can withstand the pain, then the next time we take them to get a shot, the inner state is not so negative anymore. Then they have a better awareness and perception of it. In fact, if our inner state is positive, inner state, then we can say that we have an awareness and perception of something. When let's talk about physical health, okay? So if somebody say, Frank, let's go run a marathon. At this moment, I tell you that my inner state is negative. Okay, I thinking about marathon make me feel fear. I expect pain. I expect failure. My inner state is negative. We say that we do not have an awareness and perception of it. But to a person, when we say, oh, let's go run a marathon, and they get really excited. Do you think a person who's excited about running a marathon is gonna pretty soon have a reality of running a marathon? Okay. Positive inner state, such as hope, trust, satisfaction, those positive inner state give a person a reality that is a match for having that reality, because it's positive. Interestingly enough, if you have a balanced inner state, oh, this is balance. I'm going to use the word equal sign, balance. This is a powerful one. If you have a balanced inner state, we say that you fully have awareness and perception about that topic, and thereby you are neither negative nor positive, and you actually have reality. To a person who already run a marathon 50 times, and we say, let's do a marathon, he or she is not going to be fearful. He or she is not going to even be very excited. They're totally balanced because it's already part of their reality. It's just, okay, let's just do it. They're totally balanced. When I go get a vaccination, I'm not fearful. I'm not excited. Just get a shot. Because I already know what vaccination feels like, just a little shot. Kind of like riding a bike in a way. Before we learn to ride a bike and we see kids falling off the bike, we have a negative inner state. I mean, we don't have the reality yet. We don't have the reality of riding a bike yet. Of course, a child who is positive about riding a bike, getting very excited, they might not have a fullness of that reality yet, but they can get there very quickly if they are positive. But once we are balanced, we don't need to get excited about learning how to ride a bike. We're not fearful. We are balanced because we already have that reality of riding a bike. So to have fullness of perception, or to fully have awareness and perception of something, is to have the reality of that thing. If we're still excited about it, that's good. I mean, we're heading there. Kind of like making money. A super rich person who has already achieved a state of fullness and completion in material wealth don't get very excited about the next business opportunity because they're already rich. A person who's trying to get rich is going to get very excited. They get very excited, right? And that's good. That'll help them get to the state when they are fully aware of it. The person who has fullness and and completion of awareness about making money, it comes easy for them. They know that, oh, okay, so we need to write down the next part. Let's use this color. In order to have fullness of perception, what you need to have is a source concept. Okay, so basically you know how to get it. Okay, you have clear, I'm going to say favorable source concept, favorable source concept. You need to have clear images. Okay. And you are a vibrational match. Vibrational match. A person who has a reality of something, like take any reality that we have. For me, good marriage with Ambi. Okay, I'm pretty balanced. When I first met Ambi, I was very excited about meeting her. Very hopeful, a lot of excited. But now being married, I'm pretty balanced. It is my reality. I don't need to get excited about the fact that I'm married. I have a favorable source concept, meaning I know exactly what I need to do to maintain a harmonious marriage. I have clear, positive mental images. Okay, I said positive. If you have a negative image, you're going to get the reality of negative image. But here we're focusing on the principle of light. If you have clear, positive mental images, and if we are a vibrational energy match for it, then we experience that reality as reality. If any of these is missing, and we still feel pretty good, pretty positive, then that's good. We're heading there. We're heading positive, heading up. But if we are negative about it, then we simply say that we don't have it yet. For some people, marriage is negative, right? Why? Because they have an unfavorable source concept about marriage. They have bad information about marriage, so they don't have fullness and perception about harmonious marriage. For some people, making money, thinking about money. The other time we were talking about a person who thinks money is evil. Well, guess what? He doesn't have a favorable source concept about money. So when our inner state is negative, we don't have favorable source concept, we don't have clear mental images, and we are not a vibrational energy frequency match for it. Yeah, makes sense?
Example.
Huh?
Example like
Yeah.
question.
Yeah. Question.
So let's say you right now you cannot run marathon.
Yeah.
Like 50 miles.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that is
Me, I don't have fullness of awareness and perception. I don't fully have awareness and perception. I'm flicking between negative and positive. Sometimes I'm excited.
Yeah.
Sometimes, oh, I can do it. Yeah. So that's where I am with
So
running a marathon.
okay, is because you have that, is it like a dog? It's like a negative thoughts?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it negative
inner
thought?
state. Yeah, inner state in our mind and
Yes.
emotion. Right. Inner state, the stuff that's inside us,
Hmm.
the human nature.
But you aware of you not able to run marathon.
Yeah. That is
Okay.
my awareness. I'm aware
Yes.
that I
So-
don't have. Yeah.
right.
Which is
So-
different from a person who already have the reality of running a marathon. They don't even
Yes.
feel anything. They just go out and run.
Yes. Let's say a child,
Uh-huh.
right? For example, a child. Oh, he cannot do the like for example he cannot behave at school.
Yeah.
Then
They
how would you
then
look
he
at that?
he does not have a fullness of awareness and perception
So
about good behavior at school.
yes.
So you get
So,
all you got to do is
so
help.
how would we look at that? How would we look at him?
We look at him
Yes.
simply. They do not yet have favorable source concept.
Yes.
So we can teach them source concept.
Yeah.
We can look at it. Oh, he doesn't have a clear mental image about what it means to be behaving well,
Yes.
and he is not yet a vibrational energy match for it yet. So all we got to do is help them raise their energy state.
Yes. So, but at least we know that he's not aware, he's not able to do this.
Yeah.
that certain thing,
Yeah.
right? So we should not look at even though he is not able to run fast,
Mhm.
but he's like is good at this and that. You would you look at like you magnify something great out of him, better, like not in the reality. You what make him more than he is in the present moment. You say
So there's the perspective that relate to ourselves, and there's a perspective that relate to another person. Right. So when we look at another person,
Yeah.
let's say we look at a child, and we see him as misbehaving, that also means we do not have fullness of perception about that child's behavior. Our own inner state.
what if we will look at, for example, we
Yeah.
look at him is because the person, the child is a person, and what he is like acts out, right? Throw tantrum. So that is a behavior. The action is not him. A child is is good. He's perfect, but the action he does is, and that moment, the action is not acceptable, right? So we separate the action and the being in that sense. So as a human being, he's as a good but the action in that moment is not acceptable. So when I'm saying we see it as it is,
Yeah, that's fine.
So
That's fine. So we're talking. So when we see a child acting as unacceptable, right? We see a child is
Yes.
that is our perception of awareness, right?
Okay.
We are perceiving that child
Okay.
as unacceptable.
No, I mean the action, not the child.
That's fine.
Okay.
We see the action of the
Okay.
child.
Yes.
We see the action. And one child, we see the action
Okay.
as unacceptable.
Yes.
Guess where we are?
Undesirable.
Yeah. Guess where we are? Our awareness
Okay.
of that action
Yes.
is unacceptable, which is negative.
Yes.
Guess where we are?
But the thing is, we need to realize that is not, for example, if you go back to the other slide. So right now, as long as right now, for example, the other, I think there's so for example, on this slide, right? For this one, look at this. You're missing the L, right? The internal energy state.
Internal energy state.
Yes. So
Oh.
you're missing the L. Okay, no.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
So as long as you're aware of you're missing the L.
Yeah.
So negative. So right now it's missing. It's not acceptable.
Yeah.
It's negative.
Yeah.
But as long as you aware that, okay, I miss. So the thing is, first we realize that's a negative and not acceptable. Then okay. So so basically it's not good or bad, but it's not the way that you want, not undesirable, right? So when you see you see it, then you add it in.
Yeah.
So I'm not what I'm saying. I understand what I'm saying, right?
So you see the missing L.
Yeah.
Because you are a vibrational energy match for the missing L.
Because I see it should be, the thing is I observing, right? I'm observing the slide and I say I should the internal should has an L.
Yeah.
So I just seeing it. I'm not so because first of all you presenting and understand in the context of you're missing L. That's not a big problem. But I see it. Okay, in this scenario you're missing the L. I just observing the situation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so
that's perfect. Okay, that's wonderful because you see the missing L
okay.
because you are a vibrational energy frequency match for the missing L. There are other people, there are other in the infinite possible universe who see the L, and that is a different reality. Your reality is the one that's missing the L.
No, okay.
And I'm a match for it too.
Yeah, I know. The thing is because if you bring in the multidimensional, it's gonna mess up. So as we the thing is that is another concept because it's not in our perception. So I agree with you. There can be multidimensional. The physicists mentioned. Okay, but I think we should not mention in this because otherwise you're gonna mess it up. So I'm saying because it says we live in this similar in this context dimension right now. So I mean, so the thing is I try to understand. Okay, so I'm asking myself too. I'm because your explanation is very good. Okay, because I like the you mentioned about awareness perception and not have and I see that correct. And I see because I applied to my playing tennis, I see it. It's there, but it seems like there's something that I don't understand. So I need your help.
Okay.
Make it clear for me. Okay. So that is. So right now it's you mentioned about. So I'm seeing it, right? I'm seeing internal. So the way that I'm seeing, because I want to see as it is. I don't want to see it's more than perfect or more than good or less than. So I want to see as it is. So that's why I'm help me to understand. So right now I see him missing the word. And so that's it. Oh, for you, okay, you're missing it. You need to improve next time. For example, the letters not a lie or something. You as you see it, you make it better next version of you presenting. So that is what I'm. So the same thing for the child. You see the child right now. He cannot do certain thing, and he's misbehaved certain thing. So I want to see it as it is, not making more than he is. So that's my point.
There seem to be a desire to, let's say, improve another person or improve the state of things right now.
Yes.
So let's say you want the L to be in there. In simple terms, in simple terms, what can you do to make that L get there?
It's so for me, because I understand.
No. Let's say you want the L.
Okay.
What can you do to make this L appear right now? At this moment.
You would add an L. Yes.
You can say that, Frank, add an L.
Okay.
And so all you gotta do is tell Frank to add an L.
Okay.
And that's your new reality. And if you ask nicely, then you can get it. But if imagine you go negative, you get really angry. Let's say you start insulting Frank and you drag yourself down to negative. You drag Frank down to negative. Do you think that L is going to get there very easily?
No.
Right?
Okay. Yes.
So by maintaining a degree of balance and positive oriented, your internal state, you maintain balance. You didn't get angry. All you got to do is initiate a desire, go positive, and you just tell Frank to put in an L. And so now that's the reality. It's the same with your children. If we see them as negative, undesirable, unacceptable. And if we want to change it, stay balanced and go positive. Ask nicely. Help them get a source concept, just like you just given me a clear source concept of the L needing to be there. So the idea is to maintain balance and positive. Then help the other person get a favorable source concept of what you want. Paint a good image and help raise them to a vibrational energy frequency state that matches with that reality that you want. It's that simple. You just created reality simply by maintaining balance and going positive, and you were able to affect another person. Same thing with our children. When we already see them, first of all, when we see them as doing something or their behavior is undesirable, then part of it is there's that seed of negativity already. That's why we raise our internal state, our awareness and perception to balance and positive. And that in that instant, we can change the way we behave our being, and then we can transmit that reality to another person with balance and positivity. Or we can get angry and punish them. That'll cause them to go negative and it make it even harder. It's just that simple with the L. You know, when we want to teach ourselves just the same thing, hey, Frank, you know, this is a source concept. The L should be there. Paint the picture, maintain positive and balance. And the reality would just turn out exactly as our vibrational energy frequency state, our internal state, our awareness and perception allows it. So we do that with Minute. Okay, so you know, he is actually better than me about maintaining internal state. Because occasionally I'll still get angry. But he somehow intuitively he understood. Sometimes I would get angry about another person. But instead of allowing himself to go down to negativity, he proactively initiate positivity. He'll come in and he'll hug me, he'll do nice things to me to calm me down. He is my spirit of fortune, okay? So my guardian angel. So he actually intuitively as a child, and I think that comes from that innocence, that emptiness, that true self. Because as a child, we come into this world, we're fairly balanced. We don't have a lot of human nature, that layers of desire and imagination covering up the light of our beings. And so he much more sensitive. When he noticed dad is negative, he can initiate positivity and he bring me up. And we're very grateful for that. Same thing when we see our children go negative, don't let ourselves go negative. We go back to balance, stay positive, and we can bring them up. What do you guys think with that little interaction right there? Anybody still on there? Ron? Morgan? Is everybody off the camera now? Let's do a little bit. Come on, guys. Let's do a bit of sharing before we do lunch. Or we can just do lunch, and if they hop back in, we can talk while we eat. Okay? Yeah.
Frank.
Morgan. Yes.
I don't know what is, the question that who was that speaking? I don't know his name.
No.
Yeah, I didn't get your point. Yeah, I didn't get your point. What was your exactly question? Isn't sometimes you better coming with some simple example that what we can figure out your situation, because to me I didn't see any missing here. That's why I really like to see how you see some missing here. You know what I'm saying? Well, we can do this conversation after the lunch.
No, it's hey Morgan, this is Truck. My name is Truck. TRUC.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
So my question is, it's when something happen, and things happen, and you're gonna choose to look at it negatively or positively, right?
Correct.
For example, like it's something, and so my question is, you want to see it negatively or positively, or another way is that to see it as it is, right? We'll say example like
Okay, we don't have a as
in your life.
is. Let me tell you, we don't have a as is in reality. When something happen, is meaning it's done, right? It's up to you. For example, in front of you is a bad happen. In front of you, they killed some innocent people, right? In front of you. Right now in California, you can see it. They just, trying to walking through to all, Mexican, people. They arrest them. It doesn't matter about the family or not. They arrest them, destroying their life. Yeah. But it's happening. This is not as is. It's up to you to take it positively. You agree with the government they are doing it this one, or disagree with this one. They said is not the right thing to do, and your reaction is going to be affected of their future. Because if somebody like you people get it positively, they're going to see it and watching them, they are keep doing it. Or if you seeing it negatively, your reaction is said, this this option you are doing is wrong. I want you to stop you to continue to do the bad habit again. You know what I'm saying? There is no as is. I don't know where your mind is coming with the as is. Somebody is dying in front of you. It's done. You cannot bring it back to this world. Somebody is dying. What you think about this? Positive or negative? Just answer my question. I'm trying to tell you, to me, I don't mind you thinking positive, or because I'm not the person to judge you here. You can thinking as a positive or not. But here, to my mind, there is no Aziz in the middle. That's when I want you to explain us. What does it mean, Aziz?
It is, Morgan, it has to do, according to this philosophy, what we perceive, how we perceive the external world has to do with our internal awareness, internal energy state, vibrational energy frequency, and therefore life experience. For you, you experience those things because you are a vibrational energy frequency match for those things. There are many people who do not experience those things because they are not a vibrational energy frequency match. That's it. There's nothing fancy, there's nothing complicated about this concept. We are a vibrational energy frequency match for our experience in life. That's it. If we do want to change that experience, we go to work on our inner awareness and perception. We go to work on changing our internal energy state. And when we change our internal energy state, we will experience human life differently. When we go positive, we will experience more desirable things in life. There will always be darkness. There will always be people who suffer. But as long as we can bring light into our own being, then we will not see the darkness. We will not experience darkness. As long as we are a vibrational energy frequency match for peace and happiness and light, then we will experience human life as peace and happiness and light. And there's a way to change our internal awareness and perception. if our awareness and perception right now, we are constantly encountering negativity, there's a way to change our internal awareness and perception. And that is through the golden rule. Okay. And that implies the 3 spiritual account. The spiritual energy. A person who perform good deeds for other people will earn positivity in their spiritual account. That would change their inner awareness and perception to more positive and balanced. They will have an internal energy state that is more positive and balanced. They will exhibit vibrational energy frequency that is high and ultra high. And therefore their life will experience more desirable circumstances. Using the golden rule. Perform good deed for the people, earn good credit, we will experience better life.
So for Morgan, all right.
Yeah.
This is how I see it, right? So let's say you have you coming home from work, right? Driving, and you see a Lexus, beautiful Lexus, brand new model, blocking your driveway, right? You're driving car and you want to get in, and the car, this beautiful, car, new model, blocking your way. How would you respond to that situation?
Normally, I don't care about the brand or what type of car. I'm just gonna ask, why you're blocking here.
Yeah. So I'm seeing, so that normally, okay, they're not a brand new car or whatever. So you would, what if now you don't see anyone in the car?
Then I'm just searching for the owner that will block the car.
Okay. And if you cannot find it,
Guys, it's a rule. We don't deal in hypothetical.
Okay.
You can
No,
really go down to the.
no, the thing is, this happened, right? It can be happen. It can-
So
Then I need to wait, for somebody's coming and get
Yeah, so-
responsibility why they block it. Obviously.
Yeah, so that's the same for the concept. What is happened, someone want to get out and someone double parking, and you cannot get your car out. This happens. Okay, so your mind will run. Okay, so it's negatively, can be negatively or positively. Oh, this is someone was waiting for me to give me, meal or lunch or something. So in that moment, so you can see it negative. Oh, this guy is blocking my car, right? Or you can see positively. Okay, doesn't matter, is it? So the thing is, in that moment, you want to see it as it is. What if, okay, right now, if someone in the car, you invite them, you let them know, you're blocking my car, let it go. I need to park in. So then, what if that person not in the car? You're looking for the driver, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And okay, what if that you cannot find a driver? You park another way. You park outside, and when the car goes away, you drive it in. So what I'm saying is, you look as it is. In the situation, you respond, but not make it you gonna angry. In that situation, you cannot do anything else. What you
I got
can
your
do,
point now.
yes, that's my.
Yeah.
I'm saying as it is. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, now I got your point.
Yeah, and according to this philosophy, what
Uh-huh.
as it is a vibrational energy match what we are.
Okay.
If we see the car there because we have an energy vibrational energy frequency match for that existence. A different person would not have that car in their driveway.
Okay, correct. Because that person live in another house. So it's not
Yeah,
blocking
yeah,
blocking their driveway.
So yeah,
Yes.
our choices, our choices, we
Yes.
don't, from the perspective of the root cause, the formula, we make the choices to live in a house, so we are thereby the car is
Yeah,
there, so we can
okay.
take responsibility for it.
Correct.
We don't have to blame them, we don't have to blame ourselves.
Yes,
Okay,
that's it.
Um, and from this perspective, or from the religious perspective, it is the spiritual energy that if we our awareness and perspective. Okay, if we see something happen and we judge that it's positive or negative, our energy, our perception of it had to do with our the energy that we have in a good fortune account. If we want to experience more reality, if we want to experience that car as, let's say, somebody parking and giving us a gift more often than that car being irresponsible, if we want to have more positive perception, then we got to work on the golden rule by helping other people go positive so that we can earn more positive credit so that we can experience life more positive. As it is, it's just a car and driveway, but we perceive that it's positive or negative as a result of how much positive or negative energy that we have. So go back to the golden rule, spiritual and religious perspective, help other people go positive so we can actually more experience those desirable circumstances. Okay, so let's take a lunch. Okay, I think that's a good conclusion. That's a pretty good discussion, and Chuck and Morgan. Okay, you guys, your minds are opening. I can sense you're learning, you're transforming. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe Ron want to chime in? Ron?
So, Mr. Chuck is thirsting for knowledge. Are you there, Ron, or chị Trang, or Ngôn? Oh, hi, chị Hoa.
Oh, yes, we are listening and moving.
Any insight? Any insight would you like to share before lunch?
I really like the last one is inner awareness. Is that the inner awareness is so three different awarenesses, not yet, and fully. So when I meet people, they are not a problem. They just not yet understand the awareness. Yeah, that's what I'd like to share. Is my my takeaway. Yeah, they in a different term, they're not dumb. They just don't know they're not aware yet, and eventually they will be aware, and eventually they will fully aware. Yeah. Thank you.
That's what Jesus said before he died. Please forgive them because they are not aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Father, please forgive them because they crucified him. And Jesus said they're not aware. They don't know.
They don't know. That's
We
it.
don't need to blame them. They don't know.
Yeah, they're not a problem. That's
They're
it.
not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see you in an hour. Okay, let's take lunch.
Thank you. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Bye. Yeah, see you later. Should we charge your phone? Where's the charger?
There's one right here. Okay, into the island, I guess.
Oh, right there, not the island, right there.
Then I don't think it locked.
Okay, so we're still on the topic of vibrational energy frequency. Right, earlier we talked about our material reality is a result of our vibrational energy frequency match for that reality. So now we are going to apply the same idea of vibrational energy frequency to spot, to time. Okay, so we've already expanded our awareness and perception about material things. Now let's take a look at time. So previously, when we think of time, do we not think of the past, the present, and the future? Okay, up to now, I think everybody can agree that when we think about time, we think about past, the present, and the future. The past being things that already happened, the present are things that are happening now, and the future are things that are yet to happen. Typically, when we think about the past, oftentimes people will think of a past with a certain inner energy state, certain inner awareness. If we think of a past with negativity, then we regret the past. If we think of it as positive, the problem with thinking about the past with positive and negative, it actually affects our present. If we think about the past as positive or something better than it is today, then the consequence of that is that we're experiencing a present reality that is not as good as we want. If the past is better than our present. For those of us, if we're fortunate to think of a past as more negative, then we're experiencing a better present reality. Okay? And the future is mental images about things that are yet to come. And that is basically a traditional way of thinking about time. Here, we're going to see if I can expand our awareness and perception about time a little bit different. Okay, so I'm going to draw a graph. And all of us, we begin in this life like a baby. We're lying down. Okay. And through time, we begin to grow up. Right? We stand up. And then we grow up some more. We stand taller. Okay. At some point, we can kind of reach a peak, usually at around age 20 or so. Scientists has been able to sort of determine that at the peak of our life, it's around age 20. And then we kind of go, as we get little, we spend a little more and more time, we kind of get a little lower. Our back start to hunch over. When we get really, really old, we really hunch over. Okay. And we may even take on an extra cane to walk. And finally, we lie down again. for the last time. So we have this as human being. This sort of shape that is going to relate to our energy. Okay, at the beginning, we don't have a lot of energy yet. And as we get more and more energy, we grow. So this process this early phase is the stage of growth. Okay. And then this is a state where it's called aging or getting old. As our energy increases, we sort of reach a certain peak. And then as our energy decrease, we get old. Okay. So earlier on, we studied about vibrational energy frequency. So I'm just gonna shorthand it. If our vibrational energy frequency is high, we tend to have what's called the you know what? There is the here when we're talking about time, okay, we're talking about the perception of time. So there's a perception. There's a perception of time. When our vibrational energy frequency is high, which is associated with positive inner state, such as, let's say, happiness, joy, hope, our perception of time seems to be fast. Okay, right? Ever been on a trip or having fun? And there's a statement that says, time flies when you're having fun. Right? Time seems to fly when we're having fun. Our internal state, when we're positive, we're happy, we're enjoying ourselves, we're very hopeful, we're very excited, time seems to go by really, really fast. Our perception of time seems to be fast when our vibrational energy frequency is really high. If our vibrational energy frequency is low, which associate with negative inner state, boredom, for instance, anxiety. When we're waiting in line, we're sitting in traffic, at the doctor's office, or anxiety waiting for our first date. Okay. When our vibrational energy frequency is low, associating with our negative inner state, then time seems to be really slow. Time seems to drag on and on and on when our energy state and our inner state is really low. Right? Do you agree with that? This is just a human experience. You notice that in this philosophy, we begin with human experience. We try to clarify it so we can understand it. And by understanding it, we can take ownership of it, master it, and then we can create the kind of life experience that we want. So when our vibrational energy frequency is high, time seems to be really fast. Time flies when you're having fun. When our vibrational energy is low, while inner state is negative, time drags on and on and on. At the same time, beside the perception of time, there is a value of time. When our vibrational energy frequency is high, even though time seems to go really fast, we get a lot of value out of it. We get more when we're really excited. We actually get a lot of things done. Really, ever notice that when we're really excited about cleaning the house or doing a project, we get a lot of things done in what seemed to be a short amount of time, as if we had longer time. Is that interesting phenomenon with human experience? When our vibrational energy frequency is high, our inner state is really positive. We're excited. We're very highly focused. We are very productive. We got a lot of things done. We get more value out of time, as if we had a lot more time to do what we did. But it seemed to go by really fast, just like that. And we got so many things done. On the other hand, if our vibrational energy frequency is low, our inner state is negative, time not only seems to drag on very slow, it drags on, yet we get nothing done. We are unproductive, as if we get less value out of time. Or another way to say it, it feels like time is really short, as if we don't have any time to do anything. This is just a restatement of human experience. Okay, we seem to, as human beings, we seem to experience time differently as a result of our vibrational energy frequency and our inner state. And at the same time, the value we get out of that is also different as a result of our vibrational energy frequency. Earlier on during the lunch, right, we were having a discussion about sitting in traffic. For most people, after work, their vibrational energy is low, they're tired, and sitting in rush hour traffic seems to be very long. But Albi said that the travel home never seemed to be bored for her. If she sees a lot of people, then she just enjoy watching the people in traffic. And so she never have a value of time that is low or less with respect to being in rush hour traffic. Because her inner state, her vibrational energy frequency is pretty high with respect to rush hour traffic. She enjoys rush hour. Whereas some people would get pretty negative about rush hour traffic. Right? And so we apply that human experience to this growth and decline progress in life. In the growth period, our energy is positive and high, and then at some point we reach a peak, and then our energy start to get low and negative, so we start to get old and decline. When we're young, a lot of positive energy, we grow very fast. My children can grow up in the blink of an eye. But at some point, when our energy is low again, we start to decline. At the beginning, we have great health, right? We have strength, we have speed, we have stamina, we have balance. All those physical reality that arise out of a positive inner state, positive high frequency. But at some point, we allow our internal state, our energy frequency to go low. And so we start to experience a reality that is associated with low energy state, decline. So getting this, if we get this, what can we do to affect our physical and material reality? If we understand that positive high energy frequency is associated with growth and energy and positivity, and if we understand that low energy negativity is associated with decline and aging and illness, we tend to get sick more when we're older, then we can actually change this curve. We can change this curve so that if we maintain positivity throughout our lifetime, then we can stay healthy longer Just ask anybody who lives past 100. When we ask the people who live past 100, they will tell us that the energy of serenity, magnanimity, and honoring gratitude dominate their life. Right? If we ask anybody who lived past 100, anybody who lived long, they experience inner peace most of their life. They are very tolerant and compassionate with people, magnanimity, and they are very grateful just to be alive. What we've just given is a formula for longevity. In the Bible, Adam and Eve is said to live to be 900 years old. I don't know if that's a literal interpretation or it's just a metaphor, but I think it speaks to the idea that when a human being were in the Eden of Garden, we experienced peace. We did not dwell in the human nature of good and evil. We did not desire, we did not suffer, and so we live a long time. It is only when we start to know good and evil, when we start to initiate desire and imagination, when our human nature starts to take over, we start to suffer, our energy becomes negative, the aging process starts to kick in, and we decline, and we grow old, and we die. But if we can maintain a state of balance and positivity throughout our lives, then we can actually extend that curve. Vibrational energy frequency high, time feels really fast, but there's a lot of value to it as well. Both in terms of productivity, getting things done, as well as getting more living out of it. From a quantum mechanic perspective, the fastest particle is a particle of light, right? The fastest particle in the universe is a particle of light. It travels at about 300 million meters per second, 300,000 kilometers per second, very, very fast. Because the particle of light is traveling so fast and its vibrational energy frequency is so high that this time, it travels really fast, but the time on the light particle is infinitely long. Okay, so science has proven that the particle of light does not experience the ticking of time. Its time is infinitely long. As if it has it can get an infinite amount of value out of time. And science has proven that any object, any particle that gets closer and closer to the speed of light, you can actually measure the slowing down of time. High energy frequency slows down time. All of us here use our GPS, right? I use our GPS. It's a positional location that helps us with our map. Those GPS dependent on the satellite that's spinning around the Earth at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. Those satellites has a clock that ticks slower than our clock. So every time the satellite spins, after a day or so, there's a mismatch between our clock down here and the clock on that satellite. So the company, Google, they have to actually synchronize the clock in the satellite every day to actually match it. Otherwise, our GPS location would be off. It is a proven fact that the faster an object vibrates, the slower its time will tick. And so using that idea, if we as a human being can raise our vibrational energy frequency, then our time would be more. We would actually tick slower and we get more value out of time. We can live longer. We can actually change the aging curve. What do you think about that one? Any insight from that one? Whole new perspective with respect to longevity, right? The world nowadays, what they do is they try to find drugs, trying to find different kinds of food to eat so that they live longer and look younger. But all we gotta do is change our vibrational energy frequency, and we'll live longer just by becoming more balanced and more positive. Balance is good, positive is even better. I mean, positive is good, balance is even better. That's why in the WIT tradition, with the science proven that 20 years old is the height of our energy. And so when we introduce ourselves, we say my name, I was born in what year, but I'm always 20 years old. If 20 years old being the height of our energy, and we can maintain that as an awareness and perception, I'm always 20 years old, then we can maintain our high energy frequency. We can maintain the value of time. Our clock would tick more slowly and we would get more value out of life. We literally live longer. We get younger. Anybody here met a mentor, a master in the WIT organization, or has anybody here seen people who seem to have gotten younger from time? Traditionally, we get older with time. But when we learn this philosophy and we understand vibrational energy, when we understand that our inner state determines our external reality, then we see people getting younger with time. So let's talk a little bit more about health and how we can use this idea to question. Do you have any question? Mommy's young, see? Okay, yeah. Alice sees mommy is being young. Okay, that's good. So let's talk a little bit about applying it to health. Okay. So would anybody like to share what they understand about health? What to you is health? We might not need it on we might finish pretty soon. Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, it's open it. Yeah. So what do you guys, how do you define health? What is health? Queen, would you like to share with us your understanding of health?
Want to share?
What is health? Okay, that's fine. Okay. What do you, what are some words that come up to you when you hear the word health? No idea? Okay. So we are going to borrow the definition of health from the World Health Organization. Okay, World Health Organization is an organization part of the United Nations whose purpose is to promote health across the world. And the World Health Organization basically say that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Okay, complete physical, mental, and social. Since we're studying the principle of light, we're not going to focus on the disease or infirmity, but in the simplest term, physical, okay, mental, and social well-being. Physical, mental, and social well-being. And so now when we understand the vibrational energy frequency with respect to time, but before that, so let me ask you, how many hours a day do you spend on your health? Just throw it out there. How many hours a day do you spend on your health? How many hours a day do you spend on your health? Okay. Good, because you already studied this philosophy and you understand that we actually can spend 24 hours a day on our health.
Actually, I study, but right now I'm just thinking from myself, like or physical, even when we sleep, even when we do the exercise, then for physical, for mental, it seems like we do meditation in the morning. We take like 15 minutes to do the meditation before we sleep. Just look like for the thing happen during the day before I sleep, I do like just like few minutes and stop it. So I try to do because like I bring a lot of the thing when I sleep. I wake up, I'm thinking for the solution. So before I sleep, I'm trying to stop it.
Yes.
Do some mental in order to stop. Because if I have a good sleep next day and when I wake up, I feel have more energy.
Yeah.
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 And for social, for me, I just think like with the friends like you or Giovi or have a same have the same like I don't know. I don't think like but like for social like for the fans like you, we have the same way to go, or even we a different way, but we have the same strategy to go. So
Same goal, and we're on the same path in life.
yes, so for me that is the social, but bring good energy for us to grow up. And if like we have something like always say something negative, say something like not good, so that is a social. It's not good for the health.
Yeah.
For me, I'm thinking like that.
Yeah. So we're beginning, borrowing the definition of the World Health Organization. We now understand that health is not just physical. There is a social dimension, there's a mental dimension. And adding on it our understanding of vibrational energy frequency, if we can maintain positive energy frequency with respect to our social relationship, then we're working on our health. If we're maintaining positive energy with respect to our mental state, then we're working on our health. And of course, if we are positive with our physical body, then we are working on our health. And so at any moment in time, we could be working on our health. If we get up in the morning and we do exercise, then we're working on our physical health. But if we join a Zoom and we do internal body exercise, internal body transformation exercise like the one I'm doing every morning, not only we are working on our physical health, but we're also working on our social health. There are people that we are helping out when we are interacting with them in the Zoom. Right now, we're discussing philosophy, knowledge. We're working on our mental health, right? We gain more knowledge, we gain more awareness and perception. We're sharing ideas, so we are improving our social relationship. So we're going positive in our social health. And we're actually working on our physical health too, because we are resting. So previously, we think of rest only come with sleep. But the thing is, not everybody who gets rest when they sleep. Right? If we like the Queen said that if we sleep and we think about problems and anxiety, then we don't get a good night's sleep. We don't get a lot of rest. We get no value out of rest. If our sleep begins with a vibrational energy frequency that is negative or low inner state, then we get no value out of sleep. But if we put ourselves down to sleep and we put ourselves in a state of serenity, which is very high energy, then we get a lot of value out of sleep. We get a lot of rest. And right now, as we're sitting here and sharing ideas and talking, we're working on our social health, our mental health, but we're also resting. So we can open our awareness and perception to, oh, I'm actually resting. I don't need to worry about sleep. I'm actually resting. And knowing that vibrational energy frequency determines the value that we get out of time, then when we are resting, even with just 5 minutes of ultra high, ultra balanced energy, resting can be like hours compared to the people who spend many hours but in a negative state. Right? You have a question?
So let's say like, like
Uh-huh.
I think like sometimes he work until midnight, like 12 a.m. in the morning,
Mhm.
and around 3 a.m. he already wake up.
Mhm.
So let's say like he sleep like 3 hours. So but he still have this good energy. So how do you think about the how they is that like from 11 p.m. until 1 a.m. That is the time for liver,
Mm-hmm.
kidney, take a rest.
Yes,
And
yes.
after that, they have giống như Việt Nam mình nói là chia theo cái canh.
Yeah.
So one day we'll have a 12 canh. So like 2 hours from 11 until, because when we go to the like
Yes.
they also mentioned regarding about that one, if we sleep like late and inside ourselves, because like when we sleep, liver or kidney or something, they will take a rest and they will clean up inside, and that is the philosophy from the doctor.
Sure.
But how do you think about that one and sleep and rest
Yeah.
over here?
Good. Okay. These are different awareness and perception, different system of references, right? From a Eastern medicine perspective, human being, we have a circadian rhythm. Even Western doctors understand this too. We have a circadian rhythm. Every hours of the day, different part of our organs are more active.
Yep.
That's why when a person take medication for cholesterol, they say they take in the evening because cholesterol works on the liver. The liver is more active in the evening. So with that reference system and that awareness and perception, then the optimal time to go to sleep would be the time where you want different different organ to be active, such as your liver. So if we apply that system of reference, and if our awareness and perception is based on that system of reference, then yes, that would optimize it if we follow that awareness and perception. But for most of us, that is the advice and the system of reference that we can follow. For other individual, for Master Thorn, for instance, he has reached a state of awareness and perception that transcend that 12-hour cycle. He doesn't sleep 3 hours a night. He doesn't sleep 3 hours a day. That's a wrong perception. No human being can survive on 3 hours a day and expect to be healthy. He has to sleep or rest. Okay. He can we can begin by giving up the idea of sleep. We focus on the idea of rest. Because as we said earlier, sleep in a negative state does not give us rest. Sleep in a negative state, you wake up, you still feel tired and still stressed out. We think when we're awake, we think when we go to sleep, and we think when we wake back up. That's no rest. And with a chronic sleeplessness or poor sleep, people can manifest a lot of diseases. So we can stop associating with sleep, with rest, and just focus on rest. And there's no such thing as lack of sleep equal good health. What Master Thorn does is that throughout the day, he sleeps. He'll sleep like 5 to 10 minutes. After every lecture, like we do, we take a break. After every 2 hours, I take a little break. I go in bed and I just lie down and I close my eye and I get to a state of rest. And if we go to a state of rest with a high vibrational energy frequency, then we get a lot of value out of that rest. 5-10 minutes of a person who is resting in peace, in serenity, equate to many hours of a person who is sleeping in a poor mental state. So when you add up all the little rests that Master Thorn does a day, it could equate to 16 hours of sleep. So just because he officially go to bed at midnight and get up at 3 a.m. doesn't mean he actually rests for 3 hours. He rests many, many times throughout the day, each time only 5 to 10 minutes, but the quality of that rest is super, super high as a consequence of the high vibrational energy, highly balanced. So in Vietnam, there's the culture of taking a nap. Little kid, why do they make the kid, little kid when in a state of growth? when we were growing up, and we go to kindergarten, our teacher make us take a nap. Right, little kid take noon naps. In Vietnam, there used to be a tradition of taking a nap during the day, but as we get older, our desire and imagination take over, and so we sacrifice our nap time for work time. We think that by working more, we make more money. Well, yeah, immediately we make more money by spending more time at work, but we're trading off our physical health. And so pretty soon we get to this aging phase. Our health decline, our inner state decline, our vibrational energy frequency decline. And so we can reverse that by bringing back the rest, the deep rest. So instead of sleep, we focus on deep rest. If you can take a nap, that's great. I try to take a nap during work. Okay, so in a traditional American job, the law say that you have to have a 30-minute lunch. You have to have 2 10-minute break. During that break, I actually go to my car, I'll lie down, I'll close my eye, and I'll try to get to as deep a sleep, as deep a rest as I can. Sometimes I will fall asleep. I'll just set my alarm. Sometimes I will fall asleep. Other time, it's just a deep state of relaxation. Sometimes I meditate. Meditation can get us to a state of deep relaxation and rest. And when we are at rest, when our mind achieve a state of balance, then the electromagnetic energy of our physical body is also balanced. If you consider the cell that is the basic makeup of all our internal organs, it has positive and negative. When it is highly balanced, it makes it simple for all the metabolic process to take place, all the process of getting rid of toxins and waste, the process of absorbing nutrient get taken place. Inflammation is reduced. We get healthy simply by putting ourselves in a state of highly balanced rest. And so we don't need to worry so much about sleep if we learn to maximize our rest. If we haven't reached the point of a Master Thorn yet, then yeah, we're going to need enough time, because sleep allows us to get to that rest. But you do have to initiate the intention of resting fully when we sleep. If we find ourselves thinking too much, don't bother sleeping. Just rest. When we lie down and our mind is thinking and we're worrying about the thinking, and we're worrying about, oh, I don't have enough time to rest. Oh, I have to get up in the morning. Oh, I only have a few hours of sleep. Then that puts us in a negative state already. That worrying about worrying puts us in an even more negative state. And so we're not going to experience the value of rest.
But like for me, I have a little bit different story learning about the sleep, right? So I just share something about me, because like for a few years ago, I have a lot of things happen during the days. So let's say like I have the shipment I cannot deliver, or still cannot. I need to do something to fix that proper. So in the nighttime, when I go to sleep, that problem still over there.
Yeah.
But at that time, I don't know.
Mhm.
This for me, I don't know, like, I have to stop, that's one.
Mhm.
So I use a little bit the religion over here.
Okay.
So I'm thinking God open the door.
Mhm.
And right now, today, that door look like closed for me.
Okay.
But I'm thinking like next day, God will give me the solution that the door will be open and even bigger. So for me, I'm trying, I have to say that in the beginning, I have to try it day by day. Not the first day I can do it, but like, because like if I'm not stop, I will bring on up. That's like the problem, everything into my during a sleep. So I don't have a deep sleep. It means like I don't take a good rest.
Sure.
So let's say like around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. because the so-called time when we sleep, like at least 3 hours. So let's say like 11 p.m. we sleep. So we normally I wake up at 2 a.m. And then I see like all of the things still come to my mind. So right now, if for me, if I'm not aware that I have to, in the beginning, I had to use the religion to block all of my problem before I go to sleep. That is, I just think that I am aware of the situation. But day by day, when we like training ourselves, and I just feel like right now, I don't need to take very long, like 30 minutes to review all of the things blocked it. And tomorrow I will start it again. But right now, I just think like before I sleep, and to say thank you for the day. I have Alice, I have my husband. So just say thank you. And I think like before sleep, we thankful for what we have during the day and all of the things happen during the day. That is the gift from God. And even the hard thing, even the happy, even the sadness, but that is the gift from God. And I have a peace when I sleep.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's, like I have to take very long in order to go to the state right now. Like, okay, before I sleep, I would like to say thank you. Look like tonight when I sleep, I can say thank you for the time to stay here to talk with you, GMB, and we have a good time together. That is the gift from God.
Mhm.
And even I have a lot of things to do at home. I intend to prepare to go to Vietnam. I have look like the schedule, but the time I'm here, I will happy. I'm thankful for the time I'm here. So before I sleep for today, I will have a tomorrow for the schedule tomorrow. But I live in this moment and thankful for this moment. So before I sleep for tonight, I just say thank you for the time I go with my friend at the UDIB, or the time I'm here, or the time I'm staying talk together, sharing a little bit together. So I'm just thinking 11 p.m. when I sleep tonight, when I'm due, that's one thankful for all of the things I have today. And tomorrow when I wake up, I feel like, okay, thankful for the whole day I have opened my eye and see the sun, open my eyes and see the air, and I can take the deep breath. So step by step, but I feel inside of myself, I just feel like I grow up day by day. Way in the beginning, I'm I have to say that I'm using the religion that is the Christian or Catholic to for me in order to solve all of the problem. And I believe by the next day I will have a solution. I don't worry it. So when I sleep, I have a good rest.
So that is a wonderful, reality that you can share with other people.
Yeah.
And there's a lot lesson for all of us to learn from that sharing as well. For me, what I got out of that is the energy of gratitude. The energy of gratitude for what we have, for the friends that we have, for the opportunity to learn, for the fact that we have the bed to sleep on. We can be thankful to God or simply just initiate the energy of gratitude, on its own. The energy of gratitude is a positive energy. Okay, positivity give us a vibrational energy frequency that is high, and we can also learn to set aside the problem, sort of package it. You can let it go for the moment. We have a lot of projects we have to do. We have a lot of deadline, but since we lie down to rest or sleep, we can't work on those anyway. So just put it in a box and store it until tomorrow. We know we're going to get back to it. The problem is always going to be there for us to get back to, and so we can temporarily set it down. And when you learn to set it down, just like the Queen said, then we experience a state of peace, and that is an ultra high balanced state. And with positivity of gratitude, with inner peace, and with the energy of magnanimity, which is tolerance and compassion for ourselves, whether we still have things to do or not things to do, or whether we have enough time or not enough time, we can be magnanimous to ourselves. We can love ourselves for who we are, being independent. That too is also a high and balanced energy. So all we got to do is just focus on those three energy: gratitude, magnanimity, and serenity. And then when we set ourselves down to sleep, if we're still attached to the reference of 12 hours a day with 12 different time frame of sleep, where 12, different organ is maximized at different time, then we can, if we're still attached, then we can continue to use that system of reference. Nothing wrong with that if it works. But as simple as it is for you to package the project and the deadline and set it down temporarily so that you can pick it up again tomorrow, we could also apply that same technique to time. If up to now we have been holding on to the idea that I have to sleep before 11, and that day happened to be late, that day happened, okay, I don't have time, it's now 12 o'clock, then we can be magnanimous with ourselves and just set it down, that expectation, and just enjoy the 12 o'clock rest. Because if we hold on to what is not here, we hold on to, oh, I have to go to sleep at 11, and too late, then now we have gone negative. We have disappointed in ourselves, we go negative. While we start to resent ourselves, we start to blame ourselves or other people for keeping us up beyond 11 o'clock. And then we have just lost the energy of positivity. And then so our rest is going to become unproductive. Then whatever time we have left to rest, not only do we have less time to rest, but we're resting at negative state, so it's even worse. But if we find ourselves that, oh, okay, I'm now sleeping at 12 today instead of 11, it's okay. I just make the best of this sleep, be grateful, be magnanimous, be serene, and then make the best use of that remaining time. And vibrational energy frequency is a law that is always at work. If we can maintain that highly balanced high energy, then we will get the most productivity out of that short amount of perception. It seems to have less time, but we can still get pretty restful. And as we practice and practice and practice, we get a little bit better at it. So at some point, when our energy frequency, our physical body, right now our physical body is still maybe low in energy, and so we seem to be dragged down when we don't have enough time to sleep. But when our body is also vibrating at a high frequency, equivalent to our mental and our spiritual state, then we may not need to actually lie ourselves down and sleep too much. And that's a interesting topic because we can sleep. Remember, we can rest at any time in a day. We can make up for that time. Okay, we didn't get to sleep at 11 o'clock, but can we take 5 minutes and just, in the bathroom and sit in peace? Nobody knows what you're doing in the bathroom, right? My wife, I think sometimes she meditates in the bathroom. Who knows, right? Just bring yourself away from the work environment, the stressful environment, and just put ourselves in a state of deep rest. And that 5 minutes can turn out to be an equal amount to who knows how many hours, depending on how balanced we achieve a state of rest. And we do that multiple times throughout the day, just little 5 minutes, 10 minutes at a time. And then we will be able to maintain a high energy state. And because we maintain a high energy state throughout the day, then when it's come to actually put ourselves down to rest, we are still at high energy state, high vibration. And then sleep actually becomes easier. All right, if we stress ourselves on the head, if we skip the rest, we think that we have to get the work done. Sometimes we make the mistake of cramming all the work done. I have to get all the work done before I get home. Then we're actually sacrificing, or we're trading off our physical health for work, and our energy state goes lower and lower and lower. So that by the time we actually put ourselves down to sleep, we're too tired to actually sleep. Anybody experience a time when we are too tired to actually sleep or rest? Ever? No? Have you ever been too tired that you cannot actually sleep? We think that sleep would bring us rest, but have you ever been so tired physically? Maybe we work out too much, our body is in pain or something. Our energy is so low that we can actually not fall asleep. We actually stay awake in pain. I've experienced that myself.
So you think like at that time you're thinking about the pen.
Yeah. It is so negative that
you're thinking like you like what like
SWAT. We
yeah.
SWAT for 5 hours.
You're just thinking when you SWAT with the whole week community, and that is the value. That's what bring it to you, not the pen.
Mm-hmm.
At that moment.
Yeah, you think about the value. Yeah.
So when you think the value, like you can do like 4 hours, and you don't think like you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
So you appreciate like the time you have. I think that on the day you and Gilby do the SWAT, and many people from week, because I saw like they post on the Facebook as well. So when do you think like I don't know, maybe next time try to think like at the time you feel pain and you need to take the medicine in order to fall asleep, and that is the physical. You need to take the medicine to make you sleep.
Yeah.
But that medicine not like you still pain.
Yeah.
Pain still there.
Yeah.
But you make that with the physical, the medicine block your brain, like don't think about the pain, but the pain still there. Yeah. But do you think like the pain still there, but you do something like maybe meditation and thinking about the value for the SWAT, bring it to you, and you feel happy when you can spend time with your wife? That is like very good time. And when you just thinking the positive, don't think about the pain still there. And I think like no need to take the medicine.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely 100% right. Okay? Yeah. It is our internal state that will determine our external reality. Right? At that moment in time, before I learned the philosophy, I let the internal state determine the external reality, and vice versa. When I go negative like that, then my internal state is negative.
Yeah.
Then that's why my reality is negative. But having learned this philosophy, yes, I can definitely make a greater effort of shifting my awareness and perception so that I can experience a different reality the next time I feel like stressed out or too tired to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you get the material. Great. Okay, thank you, the Queen, for wisely sharing with us. Yeah.
Because like for me, I just think like I'm not the one who take the medicine every day. Even when I feel headache, I feel like to take a rest a little bit or maybe do something else. Because like I have some experience with Alice because when she got fever and look like she got the fever like 3 days or 4 days already. So I just give her the medicine, and after that 6 hours later, she will got high fever again,
Mm.
even higher. But during the 6 hours when she took the medicine, you feel like she feel her body is very cold.
Mm.
So that is the medicine make her body cold. In order you think like she reduce the fever, but actually no. So at that time, I think like 3 years ago. So at that time, I started to give her like the medicine to reduce the fever. I stay late in the nighttime, just 30 minutes. I hold her hand, and when I feel her like the temperature is higher, I give the warm water to make her reduce the fever for the whole night. And the next day, she overcome and not fever again.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So based on that lesson, I just think for me we go the physical and the mental. So I just think that okay, we take the medicine for the physical,
Mhm,
but
yeah.
if we using the mental
Yeah.
to block the pain from the physical and we fall into the sleep,
Yeah.
that is a good rest and good
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah. And according to this philosophy, in order to actually have that awareness and the perception, okay, and in order to actually be able to maintain positivity and balance in a negative situation, is to be blessed. In a religious term, it said you are blessed. It is God, you are blessed by God. In a non-religious term, it is because we have the energy of good fortune. And we can accumulate energy of good fortune, we can become more blessed by helping other people to be blessed as well. When we can help other people raise the awareness, like what you said, the way you're speaking it, help other people in the Zoom here raise their awareness, you accumulate positive fortune. And so your ability to experience that same positive awareness and perception will reoccur more often. Now I just choked on my water. Hello, new people. Hello, Marianne, Yi Phương, for joining us. We're gonna be we're gonna end pretty soon in about 45 minutes. Okay, so I have a group practice. So this time we're gonna end pretty soon. Let me see if I can share one last topic on on the human construct.
Can I pick the topic?
Huh?
Can I pick the topic?
You want to pick a topic? What topic would you like us to review?
By you.
Bao Dung, magnanimity. That's jumping ahead. In order to talk about Bao Dung or magnanimity, we need to understand different levels of wisdom first.
Mhm.
In order to understand wisdom, we need to understand the human construct, followed by a system of reference called the triangle of reality. We need to understand causality a little bit more deeply. So it would not be appropriate to talk about magnanimity or Bao Dung without some foundational concept. It's trying to like build a house on a roof without a foundation. We're interested in the roof. Fine, I can give you the roof, but you can't do much with it. if you have no foundation and no wall to live under the roof. So I think that is something we can save for maybe next time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or in the Wednesday sharing. Okay. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see if we can stick with the program and we can review the stuff that we have already gone over today. We've gone everything from the principle of light to the root cause formula to the human construct, all the way to vibrational energy, and now we're talking about health. So anything you want to review, I can repeat. But anything that is upcoming, we need some foundational stuff before we discuss the new stuff. Okay, I think this next topic will be a good conclusion. Okay, there's a good conclusion to our sharing today, and see if we can do that in about 50 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes.
Còn 10 phút xong quay về cái
You want to go
slide.
back to root cause formula?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. No problem. I think that was yesterday, right? I think that was a different one. I can draw it again. I
Yeah.
can draw it again.
Yeah,
No,
draw it
fresh
again.
draw. Fresh draw. Okay.
How come rồi coi cái
Okay. Things like volume and all of that, we need the foundation of the root cause formula. We need the foundation of the human construct and the reality triangle. Those are three major reference systems that we need to have before we talk about the more advanced stuff. Okay. We have about 40 minutes. Okay. So you Quinn, if you want to sit over here so you can see it a little bit better.
It's okay, I can see over there.
Oh, you can see that screen? Okay, perfect. Okay. So we're operating on the law of causality, which is cause and effect. Okay, we agree that every cause there's an equal effect. If the effect that we want is, let's say, a mango fruit, then we're going to have to plant a mango seed, right? If we plant a guava seed, we cannot expect to reap a mango fruit. Okay, that doesn't work with the law of cause and effect. So if we, let's say, want to experience a good life, okay, a life of happiness, a life of good health, good relationship, even material well-being, if the good life is the fruit that we want to reap, then the question is what kind of seed that we need to plant in order to get a good life. Okay? Do you agree with that so far, you? I mean, Quinn?
Yeah.
Okay. And so if a good life okay. Would you say that the outcome in life that we have today, right? Our health situation, our relationship status, our financial well-being at this moment in time, that is the outcome. That is the fruit in the seed and the fruit equation, right? The outcome where we are today. That's the outcome. You agree?
Yeah.
So, question is, what is one word that you can come up with that bring about the outcome that we have today? What is the immediate? What is the word that is that you can come up with?
Responsibility.
Responsibility. Be a little bit more specific.
For the thing outcome for today, we need to take the responsibility
Okay.
for ourselves.
That's the next step. But what do we need to take responsibility for that give us the outcome? What brings the outcome that we have today? If we're healthy today, what makes us healthy? If we're sick, what makes us sick? If we're rich, why are we sick or rich? If we're poor, why are we poor? If we have the relationship that we have, what caused us? What is the cause that give us the outcome that we need to take responsibility for? If you need a reminder, then the participant yesterday give us this word, choice. And see if you can agree with that. Okay, will you agree that all our choices in life bring us to the outcome that we have today? since we were little, whom do we choose to play with in the playground? What kind of food do we choose to eat? What kind of career choices did we make? Whom do we get married or not married? How many kids or not do we have? All the way up to what kind of shirt are we wearing today? So would you agree that our choices in life bring about the outcome of life that we have? The choice is the cause, the outcome is the effect. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is, why did you choose to wear that white shirt today? Your inside shirt is a white t-shirt.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to wear that white shirt?
I'm not like
You love black and white. You like it, you love it. Okay. Other participants also agree that you love or like. You have other shirt that you like?
Yeah.
Why not the other one? You like the other one too, but why did you wear this one instead of the other one?
because today I wear the tight pants, so I need the shirt to cover
You need the shirt to cover the pant because it's a what?
because the pant is very tight.
Mm-hmm.
So I need a long shirt in order to cover my hip.
Yeah, but you have other long shirt.
I just have this one.
You just have that one.
Yes, this long one.
Okay. It just happened to be, what you have. Okay. If you had another shirt, right? If let's say you have another one of the same color, like exactly that one. If you had another one, why would you choose this one over the other one?
Maybe this one on the top,
Okay.
another bottom.
Okay. How about do you like to eat ice cream?
No.
No. What kind of food do you like? What other food do you like?
Dragon fruit.
Dragon fruit. So we pretend this is dragon fruit and this is apple. Okay, dragon fruit and apple. Choose. Okay. Why? Why did you pick that one?
Because long time I did not eat the dragon fruit.
Okay. Dragon fruit, red and green. Right now we're just red and green.
Okay.
Okay, forget the dragon fruit, red and green. Choose. Why?
Because I'm gold. It look like for my age, I'm not good with the red, so I pick this one.
That's right again. Red and green. Choose. Why?
It's just like want to pick a green.
Yeah, you want to pick the green. We're getting closer. Red or green. Choose. Why you choose green?
Because something will closer when I pick the green.
Something is
Something is closer. The
Too
thing you
closer?
want to say, that is the reason I picked the green right now. I have no reason.
Okay. There's no reason. Okay. Okay. Red or green. Choose. Why you pick that one?
Because this one is nothing.
Try again. Red or green. Choose. Remember, our choices determine our outcome. Choose.
I just pick something not red or green. Because red or green is mean like you.
No, don't think it too much. Don't use your mind. Just pick, make it simple. Just pick red or green. Okay, you picked it. Question is why?
Don't think this one is green.
Hmm?
Don't think this one is green.
You don't think that one is green?
Yeah.
You're getting farther and farther away. Pick red or green.
Can I pick?
Just pick.
nhiều cái tí
Just
đó
pick. See if you can get it. If you get this, it'll change your life. Forever. At this moment, this is the threshold for an awakening, a breakthrough. Okay. Red or green, pick. Are we red or green?
nhiều green
Why?
because I like color green.
Because you like it. Okay, good. We say that already. Good. And check red or green. And check pick red. Okay. Why'd you pick red?
Somehow it's because I like it.
You like it. Good.
And it's somehow it's linked to inside of me. It's somehow it's choose to do it. I don't know, but it's like maybe that's my the previous data, previous things is
Don't
like
think
I
too much,
tend
don't think too much.
to pick red.
Okay, we're getting closer. Okay.
Tend to it's drawn me to
Yeah, it draws you to it.
Yeah.
So red or green?
Nói gì nói là nó điều hòa hết để họ
Okay.
mới chọn.
No, but that's a theory. She has to get it. We can just say it, but if she doesn't get it, she won't get it. Okay, so G, green, red or green. You pick green. You can pick both. You can't pick both.
Because that's why this one is red or green. So you ask me to.
I'm just
pick
asking you to pick. Why did you pick that one?
because I don't think this one is green. I just think that is the pants that.
Okay. We'll let you go for now. Okay. But then Chuck said that he picked, Chuck picked red instead of green because something inside him is compatible with red at this moment. Okay. It is a compatibility match for him. Okay, just consider that. Our choices in life at any moment in time. Red and green doesn't have any meaning to it, but we choose one or the other because that one is because we like it or because we're compatible with it. It's like there's an attraction. This interaction is for him, for her, so we'll wait for her to come back. While we're waiting for the queen, let's have some new people. Mary Ann, long time no see. Are you on the Zoom? Are you on the camera? Okay. Red or green? Mary Ann, can you interact? Red or green?
What is
Pick
it?
one.
Huh? Pick
Red
one.
or- yeah.
I like green.
Okay. You like green. Okay, so we have established that you pick green because you like green. Okay.
Yeah, green represent like a tree. To me, when I see green, I see trees, leaves, life.
Yeah. Why did you are you wearing your hair in a ponytail?
Yeah.
Why are you wearing your hair in a ponytail instead of curling it or cutting it short?
I'm lazy today. I don't have time to do my hair.
If you're lazy, you can just put it down and not even bother to ponytail it. Why bother to ponytail it?
Oh, it's lazy and it's kind of like hot here. It's like 100 and 100 and.
If it's hot, just cut it off like me. I have no problem with hair. It's really hot and I have no problem. I don't have to put a ponytail. I don't have to do anything. So why didn't you cut your hair short?
It doesn't fit me though.
Yeah, yeah. So short
Right.
hair doesn't fit you.
Mhm.
It is not a match for you.
Right, it doesn't
But
match.
long hair in a ponytail is a more of a compatible match for who you are at this moment in time, at this weather,
Exactly.
right? So can we agree that our choices in life is either because we like it or it's a compatible match for who we are at that moment in time? Yeah, kind of ties into that vibrational energy frequency. Before we learned that vibrational energy frequency, we understand it. We understood only because it's a match or we like it. But now we understand the vibrational energy frequency. Then we notice that the choice that we make at any moment in time is a vibrational energy frequency match, or it is compatible for who we are. And because it is compatible for who we are, we don't need to blame ourselves for it. If we make a choice and later that choice turns out to be bad, it has an undesirable outcome, that's just something after. That is a judgment that we can place on that choice after the fact. Right? But at the moment of choosing, we make the best possible choice because we like it or it is a compatible match for who we are. Whether it's a red pen or a green pen, whether we get married or not get married, or whom we get married to, or how many children, what school we send them to, all kinds of things. Whether we get out into a car and drive on the street and get hit by a car or not. And so because our choices in life at any moment of our choosing is always a compatible match for who we are or we like it, that's just as it is. And so there's no need to blame ourselves or anybody else for it. And therefore we can, as you said earlier, take responsibility for it. And we don't need to blame for other people. Do we get that so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a saying, the root cause of life begins with me. Or you can even go deeper. The root cause of life originates within me. From deep within me. Now that we have already learned about the inner state, we learn about the vibrational energy frequency. Whatever external reality that we experience as an outcome, they are a vibrational energy frequency match for who we are, for our inner state, which is a match for our awareness and perception, which is an equivalent to the amount of good or bad fortune, spiritual fortune that we have accumulated. So even our choice is a result of the good deed and the bad deed that we have performed in the past. If we have done good deed and we have accumulated good fortune that give us better awareness and perception, that will inform better choices. If we have performed a lot of bad deeds, it's going to cause us to have a lot of negativity in our own awareness and perception. And therefore, we are going to make bad choices and experience bad outcome in life. Right? Make sense? And so the science of psychology offers us, where do the choice come from? The choices come from our personality. Okay, I don't go into detail about this. Personality. Right? We just noticed that a certain people of a certain type of personality tend to make a certain choices that are compatible to those personality. Outgoing people tend to make outgoing choices. Introverted people tend to make introverted choices. Good people make good choices. Okay. Happy people tend to make happy choices. Personality determines our choices. Right? That's pretty clear. And what makes up the personality is a set of habits. Okay. Set of habits. If a person, habit is a bunch of action. Okay, actions. or behavior. Sometimes I use the word behavior, sometimes I use action. Basically, if we keep on repeating a habit a lot over time, people will recognize this as our personality. And habits is a set of action that we repeat over and over, okay, or behavior. So if we really want to change our outcome in life, we need to change our choices. In order to change our choices, we can change our personality, change our habit, change our action, and change our outcome in life. This is the scientific perspective. In science, the scientists begin with an outcome in mind. They begin with what's called a hypothesis, a statement on, how things are, and then they set up experiment to come to the conclusion. Okay, but here's a question: if we want to change our outcome in life, all we got to do is change our action. But how come sometimes we can't seem to change our action? It's hard. Ever try to break a habit or change our action and it doesn't seem to work? Anybody here, Marianne, or anybody in the Zoom, have you ever tried to change any actions or behavior in order to change your life? We know that if we change our action, it's going to give us a different outcome. But how come we can't change our action? Does anybody here?
Yes, yeah. So like the house right now, our house, a lot of very kind of disorder.
Disorganized,
A lot of
okay,
stuff
yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
So this is
We want to change,
but
it seems hard.
It's hard. Yes.
Yeah, it seems hard. Something is getting in the way of changing the action because the action is not the root just yet. In fact, the action is the effect of some other cause. And the cause is thought, thinking. Here I'm going to use the word thinking. Sometimes I use the word thought. Okay, so thinking determines our action. The way we think about something. Okay? So if we want to help a person change their life, we can help them change the way they think. We will change their action, their habit, their personality, their choices, and why they can change the outcome in life. But can you change the thinking? Has anybody tried to change the thinking and it not worked? Right? Sometimes we try to change our thinking, our thought, but it doesn't seem to work. We may know that why do I keep on thinking this negatively? Why do I keep on thinking this negatively? Why do I keep on thinking a certain, we know that we have this awareness that we have thought, but we can't seem to change our thought. We can't change a negative thought to positive thought because something else deeper than the thought is the seed of it. It is our belief that shape our thought, believe. Okay, our belief form or shape our belief shape our thought. There are people who still believe that the earth is flat. There are still people who still believe that the earth is flat. They will think along the line that the earth is flat. Some people refuse to go on ship in the ocean because they were afraid they will fall off the cliff. There are still people who can believe the earth is flat. There's a small number of people. And so the way they think is affected by the belief. So if we can help a person change the belief, we can help them change their choices. Let's say we want to learn to swim. If we want to learn to swim, but our belief is, I'm going to drown, or I don't know how to swim, or I'm not good enough, right? The water is dangerous. If we have all of those beliefs about ourselves, about the water, then that's going to form our thinking, our thought. If I believe that I can't do it, then I'm going to think, oh, I'm not going to get into the pool. beliefs can be very limiting, or belief can be liberating and transforming. And then on day one, we talk about the 6 barriers to personal growth. They are also called limiting belief or self-limiting self-awareness about ourselves. So our belief, change our belief, it immediately change our choices. In the religious community, the Christian evangelist is very good at focusing on belief. They can help a person believe in Jesus, help a person believe that all you need to do is give yourself over to Jesus and you will be saved. And simply by helping a person believe it, they completely can change a person's life, changing their choices in life, and thereby they have new outcome. Reborn, Christian feels, elated. They are very happy, simply because they believe has just changed about themselves and about the world, and about God. But sometimes we can't change the belief, especially for ourselves. Especially ourselves, if we have limiting belief, if we want to do something, accomplish something, and we somehow have negative limiting belief about ourselves and we can't seem to change it, then we got to wonder, where is there a deeper seed, is there a deeper root to belief? And fortunately, there is. Okay? It is our image. Images. Our images about ourselves. Those are very simple images about ourselves. Belief is more like a system. Everything kind of formed together. It's system to get a little more complicated. On the simplest level is our mental images. Okay, and mental images are made up of what? What we hear, what we see, what we say to ourselves, and what we know. These are the things that will form our mental images, which will determine our belief. It'll shape our thinking, our action, our habits, our personality, and our choices and our outcome. So if a person hears and sees nothing but negative things, they turn on the news, they get bad news. They hear stories of war, they see images of accidents, and they start to talk about bad things, and all they know is bad things. So their images is all negative. Well, guess what? Their belief system is all going to be negative, and so they're going to make choices that are going to be negative, and the outcome will be negative. Basically, they get undesirable circumstances in life. But if we understand that our mental images are made up of what we see, what we hear, then we can start monitoring what we see and what we hear. Pay attention to what we see and what we hear, what people say to us, what images we are presented with. We can start monitoring it. We can proactively choose what we see and hear, filter it if we have to, and then actively change what we say. Instead of saying negative things, we can start saying positive things, loving things, magnanimous and tolerant words of love and kindness, instead of words of resentment. And that will start to inform what we know about our physical reality, and that makes up our mental images. And thereby, we can have positive outcome in life. And so that in this philosophy, there's a saying, clear image equals reality. The clearer the image, the more real our reality becomes. Like an architect who begins with a mental image of what a house would look like. He may begin to draw it on pen and papers, but when the architect begins to make that image even clearer, you write down the material required to build a house, exactly how many rooms, what furniture are in the room, how much it costs, who are the people that's going to build it, what are the time frame, what are the permits and the law and the regulation related. When his mental image became perfectly clear, well, guess what? That is the moment he actually has that house as a reality. And so it's the same thing for ourselves and other people. Whatever mental images that we see about ourselves and our other people, the clearer the image that we have about ourselves or other people, the more real that reality becomes. Did you get that so far, Dwayne, or did you fall asleep? Are you resting? Did you get the idea that clear mental image equals reality?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do we need to do the interaction with the pen? Probably not. I think she get it. Have you have any experience being able to change your image and thereby changing your reality? Do you have any of that you would like to share? Think about it. Okay. Those of us in the Zoom, Ron, Marianne, Ji-Phương, can I call on you to share any story, any experience, any reality about having to change your mental image and thereby experiencing a new, different reality as a result of changing your mental image about someone or something?
Or like somebody was bad and now you change your
Yeah.
belief, and then
Have you experienced any of that yourself? As somebody who previously was bad, but we simply change our seeing and our hearing. We simply change our saying and our knowing about them, and thereby they are the new reality.
yeah, I used to hate people.
Okay, give it an example. Who did you hate? What was bad about them?
Like
How they do it?
like people at work, you know, I hated them. I you know, I hated the customer that, you know, I encounter with. So I bring the negative energies to work, you know. So the minute I got into workplace, I have negative feeling. I have, and it solves, and it spread. You know, it spread. So everybody like they don't feel comfortable. You know, being around me, and they are afraid to ask questions. They are so they mentioned to my boss that I'm, you know, hard to approach, and I don't engage. But that all before I known about the word, you know, and learning about the good cause of life, you know, principle. So after I learned in the good cause of life principle and listen all that, what is it? Thấu hiểu nội tâm á. All right. So yeah, so and the best thing I get out of that section is being appreciation. Okay. So since, you know, I'm thinking, you know, like, oh yes, why not? You know, I appreciate my job because I mean, you know, help me to, you know, pay bills and everything. And then I said, wow, if I don't have a customer, then I will be out of job. So I turn my negative feeling, you know, toward them, like, oh, thanks for, you know, coming to this place, because of you I have a job, you know. So I'm appreciate for my customer, and the same thing I appreciate for my co-workers. You know that without them I wouldn't finish my job. I wouldn't do my good job without them. Of course I cannot do anything by myself. So since I changed my mental image, about them, like I think, okay, the customer will be, nicer, and I understand why they get frustrated, when they don't get what they want, because they don't understand, how the system works, like they understand how the insurance company works. So, they get frustrated and they let it out, on us. So I said, okay, that's fine. It's not your fault, it's not my fault. So, so I mean, so since I changed my belief, that people are, what do you say, the rich or the road, xong là, con người là con đường và là cây cầu á, right? And I think, wow, people is money too, right? Where's people, where that's where the money is, right? Yeah, if you don't have any people or not, then who would make money? So that so when I change my belief, I change my image, about them. Everything turned out very good now. Like when I go to work, I have good positive. I bring positive energy to the work environment. So they everybody started liking me, kind of jokes and making fun, and then we laugh, and then here and there, and then a customer even on the phone, I changed the tone of voice, that I really appreciate the customer. I don't say it though, it's just on my tone of voice. One of the customer, the lady said, "Oh, Mary, I really appreciate you. I can tell from your tone of voice that you really enjoy helping me." Yes. I said, "Oh yes, anytime, anytime, no problem." So
Okay.
as how, yeah, so it my outcome is positive now. My life is a lot better. I'm happy to get up, go to work. Everybody like me, and I'm a floater, right? So I don't work at one place. I go to different places. So anytime I said, hey, they always ask me, "Mary, when you going to be back?" I said, "Well, how about tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah." They jump up and down. Said, "Yes, Mary. Okay, see you tomorrow." They saw, they anywhere I go, when our people hear that, okay, Mary is coming to work. I said, oh yes, they really like it. So yeah, that's my positive outcome when I change belief. Well, thanks for.
I actually see a transformation in you, Marian. I think it had been a couple months since you joined us for a long 12-hour, online.
Yeah.
And I see a sort of a different you.
Wow, thank you.
A sense of inner peace, right? It seems to be a positive outlook. You were already, pretty positive already, but there's a little bit of more of an aura of peace and balance. Yeah, we call it balance. There's a aura of balance about Marian and the way you speak. So congratulations.
Thank you. Can I have a minute to about the I'm studying health, like mental dinh dưỡng á. Okay, I don't know how to translate. Maybe a nutritionist. Nutrition, yeah, like how the nutrition help your bodies, and in a way help your your life. So yeah, so anybody interested? When I graduate, though, right now I'm only midway. So when I graduate, and anybody interested in like how to control your life, change your life with the nutrition, let me know. So I still have like couple months before I graduate, but that you can tell a change,
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned about to change my image and the inner. I got the inner peace from from the Prano Tam, right? And now I gain more knowledge about nutrition, so my body, even not really healthy from the outside, but from the inside out. All right, so thank you for listening and give me
Well,
the authority to
yeah, and you didn't mention the fact that you are a pharmacist,
right.
and in a Western, American and European society,
Mhm.
pharmacy and medication is all about removing illnesses, right?
Yeah.
Trying to take the darkness out of the room.
Right, yeah.
And
Now I
in,
feel that.
yeah, we still have that. That's fine. But you have expanded your awareness and perception that you bring light into the room in terms of the health. You bring nutrition and balance, and you understanding that health is not only the physical component, because medication, pharmacy, that's just physical interaction between the molecule of the drugs and the molecules of the cells of the body. That's all physical. But now that you have an expanded awareness and perception, you understand that mental health, spiritual health, social well-being, on top of nutrition, give you a more holistic outlook, holistically healthy, holistically wealthy,
Right,
richer
I
in
joined.
wisdom, richer in attitude.
Right. Yeah, I joined late, but did you mention about the health is composed of three, things like
Yeah.
the physical, the social, and the mental.
Yep, I did.
Right. So, so being a pharmacist, I was taught to focus on the darkness. And being in here in the America, pharmaceutical company don't want you to become healthy. They want you to depend on the medication. They always, when you see the commercial, they give you like, okay, people taking this medication and suddenly they alive, so they give you the image of, oh, you have to depend on medication. And I see that, every day, in my interaction with my customers, that they so depend on medication. But see, now I learn about nutrition. No, when you are sick, yeah, you really need the medication to, to treat it. You treat the disease, you treat the condition. But in the meantime, you use nutrition to kind of like enhance or how you say, like speed up the healing or recovering period, and hopefully you don't go back to taking and like hopefully you don't depend on the medication. So nutrition is very good, like vitamins. I'm talking about vitamins, like nutritional supplements. I'm taking that instead of medication. So you can tell, it helps mentally, physically.
Yeah, it speaks to that last statement in the definition of health by the World Health Organization.
Yes.
World Health Organization says health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Whereas medication helps us remove disease or infirmity. But unless we get to ourselves to a state of health, unless we become healthy, then the disease and infirmity will come back and we'll depend on medication. But here we apply the principle of light. We bring ourselves to a state of health. And when there is the light of health in our house, then there is no room for darkness of disease to come in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Always carry the candle with you.
Okay, I think that's a wonderful.
Carry the light.
tie in and a conclusion for today's sharing. Okay. Anybody else want to say anything? Ron, Ji Hua, Quyên, do you want to share anything before we say goodbye?
Can I ask the
Uh-oh.
Mary a question?
There you go. You have somebody interested. Okay.
Right
Go
then.
ahead.
Yeah, so hi Chị Mary, my name is
Hi.
Quyên. Yeah. So basically, when you just share regarding about for the like the nutrition and because you are pharmacist, so it's mean like when you I just say like very simple, like when you work for the pharmacist, it's mean like the more people buy the medicine, is more money your company can get it. But the other way, you figure out like that is not the medicine can heal them, but like the nutrition before they get it, they can apply for the nutrition. So how can you, let's say like I'm your new customer, when I come to you, I still have a good health, but like can you advise me something like look like I'm the one don't want to take the medicine, but like I focus more for the nutrition, but like your company they did not sell for the nutrition, they just research for the medicine and then sell the medicine. So how can you, that is the question I'm thinking recently, not like the one maybe the vũ trụ gửi đến, like today I came here because yesterday I did not come, but like today when I come here, and that the question like I put the question mark in my mind like long time ago regarding about the nutrition, and because like my dad, he got sick last year and we need to send him to the hospital, but the reason before he got sick and like like the chemo and they do a lot of stuff, but like the result he still passed away. So how we aware of the health and apply the nutrition correctly?
Okay, so in order to answer your question, I'm going to give you one example.
Yes.
So where a lot of people, they go, when they come to the pharmacy because they're sick, right? So let's say they have infection. So they dare to pick up their antibiotic. So I advise them how to take their antibiotic, but at the same time, I will advise them how to prevent it, how to not getting it again. For example, the UTI, the urinary tract infection. Like when you use the bathroom, it burns. So we call it urinary tract infection. So of course you need the antibiotic to treat it, to kill those bacteria. But in the meantime, I advise them that, okay, you complete this medication, but at the meantime, you can take cranberry juice, to prevent you from getting it again. And cranberry, you can, cranberry come in tablet too. So you can take cranberry every day, to prevent getting the UTI again. And when somebody come to me and pick up their medication for high blood pressure, that's a chronic condition. Okay, high blood pressure, you cannot treat it, just 7 days or 14 days. You have to make a lot of changes before you can get better or even get rid of it. So I would advise my customer, right? Oh yeah, take the medication on time. Do not miss it. Always follow your doctor instruction. Okay, don't just stop medication. If you experience side effects, don't stop it. Always consult your doctor first. and then maybe your body not compatible to that medication, so they can choose to different medication. So that's why you see a lot of medication for one disease, like hypertension. You see like a lot of medication for hypertension, and you wonder why, because everybody is different. So that's why the pharmaceutical company have to make a lot of different medication. They just change a little bit of the chemical structure, so in order for people to to be tolerable. Okay. So for people with hypertension, I said, okay, always take your medication, do not miss, do not skip, but at the same time, change your lifestyle. Watch for what you eat. And I even asked them, why you get the hypertension? Why you become hypersensitive, hypertensive? They said, no. I said, well, one of the reasons is salt. If you eat too much salt, that one of the cause. And I said, everything available on Google. Just go into Dr. Google it, what the causes of, so and so and so, and how to change my life and whatever. So of course I don't have a lot of time because I have a lot of customer patient waiting. So I just give them a very short brief advice, like, okay, you need to change your lifestyle, you need to move more, just get up and move, don't just be I'm not going to say potato cows in front of them, but I said, well, change your lifestyle, get up and move, and Google your condition and see how you can change your life, and how not to be dependent on the medication. And my boss don't say anything, because that part of my job is to help my patient to become healthy, and that the goal. And how you say, now I don't know how to say this in English though, like when we graduate and when we get the degree at the pharmacist, we have to vow, right? Is it a vow?
Yeah. It's the oath.
Yeah, the oath,
Yeah,
right?
Hippocratic oath.
Yeah, the oath, right? So every professional have an oath. So we have to have our pharmacists have the oath, like, our goal, our life is to help people, help our patients to become healthier. So
There's a comment on helping patient. When you tell people to go to Dr. Google, be careful. If you tell them to find out why they are hypertensive, they're gonna go and find all the reason why they're hypertensive. They're gonna get a clearer mental image of being hypertensive, but they still would have no idea what health looked like. They would know everything there is to know about heart disease, but they would still have no idea what health looked like. Be careful. So in our philosophy, we said clear image equals reality. The more you find out about your problems, there's a possibility that they may go deeper into the problem. What do you want to ask instead of finding out why I am hypertensive? Ask him how I can, ask them to Google how to maintain low blood pressure. That is the principle of life. The other way is trying to remove the darkness. The other way is the way of the darkness. Because the clearer picture they have about their problems, the more they are going to experience that problem. It is only when they begin to change the mental images to the positive, it is only when they begin to study and accumulate concept of health will they actually begin to experience health. Doctor had more concept and understanding about hypertensive than all of us. Yet doctor can't help any of us. Notice that.
Oh, they
Because
even
our medication.
they
They know everything, right? Notice the doctor knows everything there is to know about hypertension. The pharmaceutical, every medication that comes out, the ARB, the calcium channel blocker, the beta blocker, all of those companies, they have a lot of concept and knowledge and mental image about hypertension, but they cannot solve the problem of hypertension. So when we advise the patient, don't advise them to go look for deeper, clearer image about their problem. Instead, you advise them, Google, how do I maintain low blood pressure? How do I maintain good health? And when they accumulate the positive information and a positive mental images about health, they will experience the reality of health. They will know more than their doctor about health. The doctor will know more about the illness. We cannot compete with the doctors and the pharmacists. Don't tell people to be their own doctors, because we cannot compete. They know more about problems. But what we do know more is health. How do we lower blood pressure? Eating right, limit the salt. Also, the mental health. Doctors don't talk about that. If we want to have lower blood pressure, get to a state of serenity. Be magnanimous with people. Be grateful before you go to bed. How do we keep lower blood pressure? Have great social relationship. Have a lot of love in your life. People who are, isolated tend to be very tense, very anxious, and they get high blood pressure. So don't tell them to go find out why they have high blood pressure, instead of find out how to maintain low blood pressure and good health. Do you get that?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have to rephrase it instead of Google. What
Google, but Google on a positive direction.
Yeah,
You
I
have
would
to
say
rephrase it.
Google how lives changing and diets changing help with your hypertensive condition.
Exactly. Okay. In fact, don't even include the word hypertension, because Google has an AI that will pull up all the bad information related. So don't include the word hypertension. You include the word like low blood pressure, or balanced blood pressure, or good blood pressure, right? Very powerful words, very powerful mental images create our reality.
Oh, can I say one thing that I know? One of my relatives, she have uterus cancer, so they remove her uterus, right? And then they started chemo, but then she learned about the nutrition, so she stopped chemo, and then all she focused on is just how to use nutrition to help with her condition, and she's alive today. She's still alive.
Yeah. So there's an understanding that cancer and all types of disease come about as a result of an unbalanced inner state, physically, mentally, spiritually. And when we can be balanced our body with nutrition, then the disease has no room to be in the room. It's a principle of life.
Right. If you know about biology, everything begin with the what is cell? I forgot that.
Cells.
Cell, right? Cell. Yeah, because I it's all in Vietnamese now, so I forgot the English word. So everything become with cell, right? Like like we become with the little eggs and sperm, and that's called cell, right? And cell divided. So the basic elements of life is cell. So and cell need nutrition, right? Like just imagine when you was born, you need milk, you need all the nutrition to grow up. So if you know that your cell need nutrition, you give your cell, the cell, yeah, the tế bào, what they need.
Yeah.
Right. And then you make it big, you know, make the healthy cell bigger, stronger.
Yeah.
So then they will fight the bad cell. They will kill off
Yeah.
it.
Disease
Mhm.
only exists in an environment of disorder and unbalance.
Right. And then
Not
it's,
enough nutrition, it's an imbalance.
yeah, and this came from stress too. Stress is imbalance. Stress,
Yeah.
hate, stress,
Yeah.
hate, yeah,
Anger,
all
yeah.
that- all that
Resentment. Yeah.
yeah, it's give you imbalance, you know. If you hate yourself, like when you get angry, you feel like your blood pressure go, your face running red. That means your blood pressure raise, your heart pump, a lot faster. Why you do that to your body? Why you damage your body by getting angry, and the other person is still smiling, right?
Getting angry is drinking poison and expecting that
Right,
person to die.
exactly. Yeah, you drink poison, by drinking alcohol, by smoking, by eating fast food. Those are poison to your cell, tế bào. Okay, so when you understand that, just thinking about it, and then you will get rid of it. You just be, okay, whatever they say, I'm not going to get mad, because hey, they still happy and smiling because they get what they want. But all they want from me is to, they want me to get angry, right? That's their point. But so I'm not going to give it to you, guy. I'm not going to give to you what you want. Whatever you say, I just keep my calm, because I'm not going to kill myself. I just keep my blood pressure down. I love my body. So that's how you deal with all kind of stress and negativity in life. Well, I think time is not enough. I have to go too. Okay. So
Okay.
thanks for listening, and I hope I see you. When I watch it, I will share more.
Okay, thank you so
All
much,
right,
Doreen,
thank you
for
so
joining
much.
us, okay? You take
Okay.
care.
Bye, bye. Have a good one.
Ron and Jihua, would you care to say any last word before we say goodbye for today?
Awesome work, Frank. No, we got it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
This is the best message out there. Is
Mhm.
yeah, for the to hear, to change your change, what is it called? Change your thay đổi.
Your images?
Yep, images. And hear, to see everything, put light in it, and there are be consistent and be patient, and there's good result. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good work.
Thank
Very
you.
much.
Ready. Turn off
Bye.
the Zoom now.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.